As I was on the floor to be sworn in, I looked at my phone and saw a notification that President Trump had tried to illegally pressure Georgia's Secretary of State into finding 11,780 more votes to change the results of the election. A few days later, on January 6th, as I was in my office preparing remarks to defend Georgia's electoral count, I was told to lock down and to shelter in place. And there I sat for hours and hours with my sister and a couple of staff as we followed on TV and through text threads the mob attacking the Capitol and the narrow escapes of many of my colleagues. I was one of the first of my colleagues to call for impeaching President Trump, because there was never any doubt in my mind that he had incited that crowd to march on the Capitol, to try to block the vote to certify the election, and to keep himself in power. That night, as I walked past the broken glass, through the eerie, empty halls to certify the election of Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. At some point during these events, Majority Leader Steny Hoyer turned to me and said, "I bet this wasn't what you expected when you ran for Congress." And I told him that actually I ran for Congress precisely so that I could be standing at this place at this time to take this vote to certify the election and to defend our democracy. And I know that many of the people who supported me in the 4-year effort to flip Georgia's 7th congressional district and to deliver Georgia for the Democrats worked so hard and sacrificed so much, in large part because they too saw the danger and worried that President Trump would stop at nothing to achieve and retain power. While there are many other important issues at stake, fundamentally, we saw our efforts as a rescue mission for our country. I know that many other Democratic frontliners saw their efforts the same way, and I know that some of my Republican colleagues who took brave votes at great political risk shared our concerns. So for those who are cynical about our politics, who believe that it is all about corruption, money, and power, and yes, there is a lot of that, please know that many people of integrity, courage, and talent in both parties and in many different roles worked hard for years to be at the right place at the right time in this particular moment in our country's history so that they could hold the line to stop the forces of chaos and autocracy and renew our democracy for one more turn of the wheel. I want to recognize the sacrifice of my family and thank my husband, Jeff, and my son, Nathan, who encouraged me all along the way. I want to recognize my sister, Margaret Bordeaux, who threw herself into helping me day in and day out, and my aunt and uncle, Margaret and Howard Arbuckle, who stood by me when both my parents died in 2017 and told me I could not quit working for change. It was too important. I want to thank my many supporters whose persistent acts of courage and sacrifice allowed me to have this brief but very important time in Congress. While the preservation of our democracy was always top of mind, we accomplished quite a lot on other fronts, including the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the CHIPS Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Also critical to the 7th District was the PPP Extension Act and almost $18 million in community funding projects that will allow the restoration and preservation of our community's Black history, that will support critical early childhood education programs, that will promote small businesses and innovation in economic development and infrastructure, and that will support a vast array of much-needed mental health and other social service programs in our rapidly growing community. To my staff, all that we have accomplished would not have been possible without you. Thank you for your hard work and dedication, and I look forward to seeing what you do next. To the residents of Georgia's 7th District, thank you again for the honor of representing our community in Congress. And Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many in the chamber know our friend, Senator Lamar Alexander, but many of you may not know that earlier this year he lost his wife of 53 years, Leslie Catherine Bueller Alexander, better known to all of us as Honey. Honey was a household name in Tennessee, not for being the First Lady of Tennessee or the wife of a United States Senator, but for being the voice of so many across the state. Honey grew up in Texas. She graduated high school in Austin in 1963 and received her college degree from Smith College in 1967. Honey later joined the Washington, D.C. staff of United States Senator John G. Tower. Now, that summer, during a softball game between Senator Tower's staff and the staff of Senator Howard Baker, Jr., Honey met a young Baker staffer, Lamar Alexander. Honey and Lamar dated for about 18 months and married in 1969. When Honey, Lamar, and their 11-month-old son, Drew, moved to Nashville in 1970, Honey began to focus on the health and well-being of families and children. She said, "Strong families make strong children." Later, as Tennessee's First Lady, Honey led the statewide Healthy Children Initiative with the goal of providing prenatal health care for every child. Honey dedicated her life to the well-being of our next generation. Honey Alexander co-founded Leadership Nashville, served Family and Children's Service as president and its board and chaired at multiple events, and additionally served on the boards of the Adventure Science Center, Vanderbilt's Kennedy Center, the Junior League of Nashville, the D.D. Wallace Center, and the Hermitage. Honey and Lamar had 3 more children, Leslie, Catherine, and Will. Through it all, Honey was a steadfast and committed partner during her husband's honorable career in public service. Honey campaigned during Lamar's 6 races for governor and United States Senator, served 8 years as the First Lady of Tennessee, moved to Knoxville when Lamar was the president of the University of Tennessee, and then moved to Washington when Lamar was the United States Education Secretary and finally as U.S. Senator. When Lamar was campaigning for president, Honey traveled on her own to over 80 different Iowa communities. In the 1996 presidential campaign in New Hampshire, Honey was interviewed on the Larry King Show on CNN. And Larry King asked Honey, this is the question, "Do you really want to be the First Lady and live in the White House?" Honey answered in her own way very succinctly with one word, "No." And that was Honey. It was clear to all of us that Honey was happiest at home with her family. And I think that Honey summed it up well when she wrote, "The most important facets of my life remain the same: supporting Lamar, mothering the children, helping others, nurturing good physical, spiritual, and emotional and intellectual health in me and those closest to me." When Nashville's Family and Children's Services named its new home the Honey Alexander Center, the organization said, quote, "Honey Alexander has dedicated her life to the service of others." My opinion, that really is the most suitable statement. As a child, Honey's daughter Leslie wrote in a school essay, "My mother is the lioness who keeps the family in hand and allows us to live and grow." We should all be so lucky to have a Honey Alexander in our lives. And as we grieve the loss of one of our favorite First Ladies, we know that Tennessee is a better place to live and to raise a family because of the work of this wonderful wife, mother, and friend. From Roberta and me to Lamar and Leslie and Catherine and Will, we know your hearts are heavy this holiday season, but we want to say thank you. Thank you for allowing your wife, your mother, to be a lioness for us all. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Kahele, for 5 minutes.
Aloha, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to speak on a critical issue for indigenous people of the United States, specifically Kanaka Maoli, Native Hawaiians. Yesterday in this august body, I introduced H.R. 9614 to amend the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920, legislation critical to the preservation, the protection, and restoration of the sovereign rights of the Native Hawaiian people. Madam Speaker, 129 years ago, on January 17, 1893, 13 white men, with the support of U.S. troops of the USS Boston, illegally overthrew the Kingdom of Hawaii. In the years that would follow, the kingdom's beloved monarch, Queen Liliuokalani, was imprisoned. Millions of acres of sovereign royal lands were stolen. Olelo Hawaii, the Hawaiian language, was prohibited to be taught or spoken in public schools. The United States illegally annexed Hawaii via a simple majority joint resolution after failing to gain treaty ratification in the United States Senate. And by 1920, Native Hawaiians, decimated by Western diseases, the loss of their land, culture, and identity, were on the brink of extinction. Realizing the plight of his people, Hawaii's second Native Hawaiian and territorial delegate to the Congress, Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anaole, 102 years ago, authored one of the most important pieces of federal legislation for Hawaiians, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920. The act would set aside 203,000 acres to restore land and dignity to Native Hawaiians of 1/32nd blood quantum, giving them leasing opportunities for homesteading, farming, ranching, and mercantile purposes. However, Delegate Kuhio ran into fierce opposition and was forced to compromise with Western, powerful sugar and business interests by accepting a blood quantum requirement of 50% to qualify for a lease. This requirement would serve as a poison pill in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, dividing Native Hawaiians, a divide that remains to this day. Inadequately funded and managed by the United States from 1921 to 1959, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and its day-to-day management was punted to the new state of Hawaii as a condition and a requirement of statehood in 1959. Realizing that Native Hawaiians were being quickly displaced from their land due to interracial marriages, the state of Hawaii and the United States lowered the blood quantum requirement for qualified beneficiary successors to 25%. 100 years later, due to interracial marriages and blended families, many descendants of beneficiaries do not meet the 25% requirement for successorship. In addition, the failure of both the state of Hawaii and the United States to meet its fiduciary, execution, management, and oversight of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act has resulted in less than 10,000 Native Hawaiians being awarded a lease, while an applicant waitlist of almost 29,000 exists to this day. As the applicant waitlist grows, the median average age of an applicant grows, creating a sense of urgency. As thousands have died on the wait list, thousands more will die on the wait list, never fulfilling the true vision of Prince Kuhio to aina ho'opulapula, or return Native Hawaiians to their land. This bill, H.R. 9614, will reduce the blood quantum requirement to Delegate Kuhio's original intent of 1/32 for the successors that have, while also addressing the inequity of those that don't have, by lowering the 50% blood quantum requirement for successorship to 1/32 for the thousands of applicants and their successors on the DHHL applicant wait list. With the 117th Congress coming to an end in just 13 days, it is my sincere hope that the 118th Congress will address this important issue and that an emerging new generation of Native Hawaiian political leaders in Hawaii will elevate this and the myriad of other issues that continue to suppress and harm the Native Hawaiian community. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that if we do that, we can effectuate sustainable and positive change across Hawaii and our nation, where all of our people thrive, not just a privileged few. Mahalo nui loa, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Meyer, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today for the last time as a member of the 117th Congress. I do not seek to dwell on the circumstances of my departure, although it does bring to mind a few lines from Yeats's Second Coming. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Perhaps it takes a cataclysm like World War I to capture the naked and malevolent cynicism of our politics. Yeats also well captured the harrowing consequence of elite ineptitude that precipitated the slaughter of tens of millions. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. I read and reread those words while flying out of Hamid Karzai International Airport last August, during the shameful end to 20 years of America's war in Afghanistan. What I saw on the ground during that waking nightmare exemplified some of the best of the American men and women in uniform, but it also reflected the haplessness and incompetency of American policymaking. It's easy to question why we are here in this chamber, what our purpose is, and what it is we seek to achieve. I did not enter this body as some wide-eyed innocent. 3 years in war zones had stripped me of that. But what I did not anticipate until I got here was how many of the problems we are confronting are problems of Congress's own making. Look at Afghanistan. Across the rotunda, we are fighting an uphill battle to pass the Afghan Adjustment Act so that our allies who risked their lives to support our operations aren't deported back to the same hell that 13 American service members sacrificed their lives to rescue them from. This should not be a Herculean task. Yet senators have the privilege of wrapping their hands around the neck of critical legislation and strangling it in back rooms. If they want to slit the throat of the Afghan Adjustment Act, let them do it on the Senate floor in full view of the allies and veterans they are betraying. The reason, in the first place, why we have to pass the Afghan Adjustment Act is due to the failure of our war in Afghanistan, a failure abetted by decades of Congress's lax oversight of the President and his Department of Defense. To solve this, I pushed for Congress to take back its war powers, to take back that constitutional responsibility. But even when it comes to Congress asserting its own prerogative, this body has shown itself unwilling to do its job. The current budget negotiations taking place on the other side of the rotunda also show a Congress unwilling to confront the very basic task of passing a budget on time. The last time we had a budget passed before the fiscal year started, I was in second grade. And here we sit, 72 hours before a government shutdown, while the Senate pats itself on the back for dropping a 4,155-page omnibus bill at 2 a.m. yesterday morning. When Congress is incapable of solving problems of its own making, how can the American people have any faith that we can tackle the problems arising from the broader world? What hope do we have of outcompeting China, of winning this coming century, if we can't even get out of a mess of our own making? We need the best to regain their convictions, to set an example of what clear-eyed leadership looks like both at home and abroad. We need to hold the worst to account and reprise the moral resolve that has led us through dark times in this country many, many times before. Too many have sacrificed too much for us to squander the opportunity before us, the opportunity to rise to the challenge of this moment, to set aside petty squabbles, the opportunity to build on the promise of limited government, economic freedom, and individual liberty, the promise that underpins the American dream. While I will not be in the 118th Congress to fight for the government our great people deserve, I remain steadfast to my commitment to make our nation at last worthy of the sacrifices made in its name. And I pray that the next Congress learns from the mistakes of the last 2 years, that we learn from the mistakes of decades before, and have the courage necessary to fulfill the promise of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. Who seeks recognition? the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise for 2 reasons. First, as founding co-chair of the Ukraine caucus, I rise to express gratitude to our Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, for extending the invitation to Ukraine's President, Volodymyr Zelensky, to address our Congress in this beloved House tonight. What a consequential moment in world history. His remarks will elucidate. Our Ukraine caucus, which is bipartisan, will warmly welcome him as a brother in the cause of liberty. And I will place and ask unanimous consent of the Speaker to place in the record the names of members of our bipartisan caucus.
Action.
Secondly, I also rise with considerable excitement as the Great Lakes Authority legislation, which dozens and dozens of members in both chambers have supported, has been included in the 2023 Omnibus Bill. The Great Lakes watershed is the only region in our nation without an economic instrumentality helping it to adjust to changing economic conditions, the only place in the country. The Great Lakes Authority will unlock the economic heartland's full potential for the century ahead. The Midwest communities that I represent are home to the people who make, build, and grow what makes, builds, and grows America. For decades, however, our region has borne the brunt of job losses, largely the direct result of disastrous trade policies, underinvestment, and deindustrialization. Since the passage of NAFTA in 1993, then China's entrance into the World Trade Organization in 2001, and CAFTA's passage in 2005, over 91,000 factories have closed across America, most in the region that I represent. Millions of good-paying jobs have been snuffed out. Middle-class workers and families in the Great Lakes region, including Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, and New York, have suffered as good-paying jobs disappeared. Too many communities have been shattered. The tragedy does not end there. Local governments have been left scrambling as declining revenues led to the collapse of budgets and the accumulation of crushing bonded indebtedness. The size and scope of these accumulated economic challenges are too much for any one city or state to overcome alone. Places like Toledo, Lorain, Detroit, Buffalo, Flint, places with hard-working people throughout the region have been scarred and struggle still to recover from the outsourcing of manufacturing and shipping jobs, including in agriculture, to penny-wage countries. Meanwhile, impacted towns like Chicago, Erie, Pennsylvania, Cleveland, Ohio, are limited in their ability to halt climate change and reverse its effects on their shorelines and natural habitats. The Great Lakes region, the largest body of fresh water on Earth, needs accelerated investments and strategic support to get back on track. Last year, in a bipartisan manner, this Congress accomplished what many had tried but failed to do: pass an historic investment in jobs and infrastructure. Billions of dollars are already on their way to some places, but we need to accelerate them to this region. These dollars will empower our communities to rebuild roads and bridges, improve ports, rail lines and airports, modernize energy and water infrastructure, protect Lake Erie and the adjoining Great Lakes, and which is the freshwater kingdom of the world and our continent. All of this funding, every penny, is an investment in good-paying jobs. But to maximize the impact and turbocharge revitalization, our region needs a strategic plan to marshal these resources, work together, and invest for the future. The Great Lakes region is the largest region in America that lacks such a federal entity, and we can see where the West Water is served by the Bureau of Reclamation. The Delta Regional Authority helps 10 million people in the Delta region, and more than 400 counties from Mississippi to West Virginia are served by the Appalachian Regional Commission. Our region has long needed such an entity. The Great Lakes Authority will be a federal, state mechanism created by us, the Congress, to spur creation of jobs and establish world-class worker education, training, and adjustment institutions in communities left behind. Our goal for the Great Lakes Authority are to foster innovation and expand the core U.S. manufacturing, industrial, and agricultural bases. We intend for it to promote new advances in renewable energy technologies like solar, wind, and hydrogen, while helping us conserve and steward our environmental assets. It should
time
also
has
conserve various agencies to help us produce this plan for the future. Finally, the Great Lakes Authority provides a new opportunity for American progress, and I look forward to the true possibilities
Gentlelady's
this
time has
authority
expired.
will unleash. I yield back my remaining time.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is with profound sorrow and endless appreciation I rise today to honor the life of Detective Paul Newell of the Benton County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. He was one of Arkansas's finest law enforcement officers, a man who lived his life driven by a call to serve. For more than 2 decades, he donned the badge. More importantly, he embodied the integrity and principled character the shield demands. He wore the uniform knowing it brought risk, but it also brought the reward of keeping Arkansans safe. Detective Newell was one of the brave. He didn't pursue a career of comfort, but one where he faced danger, helped those in need, and upheld the rule of law. He was devoted to being a guardian of the community he so loved. And it was in that spirit of service, Madam Speaker, while escorting the Wreaths Across America procession in northwest Arkansas, that Detective Newell was tragically killed in an accident involving his motorcycle in the line of duty 4 days ago. He himself had served in the military, a veteran, patrol deputy, patrol sergeant, training sergeant, lieutenant, detective, and volunteer member of the Gravette, Arkansas Fire Department. Wearing the uniform was fundamental to his life. Those roles are only second to the titles he cherished most: proud son, husband, father, and grandfather. Our heartfelt sympathies are with his parents, his wife, his daughters, and his grandchildren. I'd like to end with a sentiment that epitomizes the many accolades that have been shared by his fellow brothers and sisters in blue. From Benton County Sheriff Sean Holloway: "We are beyond saddened at the loss of our fallen brother and friend. Detective Paul Newell was one of the most respected deputies at our agency. His presence can never be replaced, but his legacy will remain through the hundreds of people he has trained. I ask that everyone continue to keep his family and fellow deputies in their prayers." Madam Speaker, God bless Detective Paul Newell. His memory is a blessing, and the 3rd District of Arkansas is forever thankful to have had such a dedicated hero keeping us safe. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request permission to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Postal Service on its recent announcement to purchase a new vehicle fleet, 75% of which will be electric vehicles. I also rise to thank President Biden for his vision that led this country to that decision. Yesterday's announcement by the Postal Service would not have been possible without the steadfast efforts of the Biden-Harris administration, including the landmark legislation President Biden signed into law earlier this year, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the postal reform legislation, which I authored. I would like to personally thank President Biden for his important leadership on this issue. His efforts to ensure that our federal fleets, and particularly the Postal Service fleet, transition to electric vehicles as soon as possible are a critical step to a cleaner environment and a more sustainable future for all Americans. As chair of the Oversight and Reform Committee, electrifying the Postal Service fleet has been one of my top priorities for the last several years. I have spoken and written to Postmaster General numerous times about the importance of adopting an all-electric fleet, and the committee has held briefings and hearings several times on this issue. The Postal Service operates a fleet of nearly 230,000 cars and trucks. That is roughly 1/3 of the entire federal fleet. It is the second largest fleet in our nation and should set a standard for this nation. Unfortunately, this fleet is rapidly aging, with many vehicles already more than 3 decades old. The old postal trucks are often unsafe, have high maintenance costs, and get terrible gas mileage. We cannot afford to continue polluting our environment with unnecessary carbon. This is simply unacceptable. We are in the middle of a climate crisis. The federal government should be leading the charge to reduce carbon emissions and green its fleets. That is why I'm elated the Postal Service has made the decision to acquire 45,000 electric next-generation delivery vehicles and an additional 21,000 other electric delivery cars and trucks between now and 2028. I applaud the Postal Service for its commitment to purchasing only electric next-generation delivery vehicles after 2026, which is part of President Biden's vision for the future. This is a win for the Postal Service, the climate, and most importantly, the American people. This critical investment would not have been possible without the $3 billion President Biden championed and Congress provided in the Inflation Reduction Act. These funds will help purchase these vehicles and build the infrastructure necessary to support them. These purchases will make the Postal Service a global leader in the adoption of electric vehicles and sets an example for other federal agencies and the private sector as they develop their future fleets. They are also a testament to President Biden's efforts to prioritize the climate and make the world safer and more secure for future generations. I commend the Postal Service for making this decision, and I look forward to the steps Congress and the administration will continue to take to protect our planet, to green our planet. This is a great step forward for a cleaner and better environment. I thank the Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from New York yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in honor of several Pittsburgh athletes. The first is a young man named Roberto Clemente. Roberto Clemente was a tremendous player for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Had an 18-year career with the Pirates, 3,000 hits, 240 home runs, 2-time World Series champion, and had an arm that was incredible. Well, nobody in the major leagues, after getting a single to right field, ever made a wide turn at first base. Clemente would throw them out, or throw up behind them. Now, as we remember him as a baseball player, and this is his last hit was a double where he got his 3,000th hit. One of the things that I really admired about Roberto Clemente was not the fact that he was a great athlete, that he was a great leader, but that he was a great humanitarian. Roberto died on December 31st, 1972. That's 50 years ago this New Year's Eve. He was on a mission trip to deliver aid to the victims of an earthquake in Nicaragua. Mr. Clemente was only 38 years old. And I think the thing that we need to remember as Americans, look, while these people have different talents, their commitment is always to their fellow man. What I remember about Roberto Clemente was just how involved he was in Puerto Rico and in the islands because he knew they needed help. On that day in 1972, in a DC-3 airplane loaded with medical supplies and food supplies, Clemente took off on a trip that would never reach the end he desired. The cargo shift in the airplane, the plane went into a spin and dove into the ocean. We lost Roberto Clemente that day. We didn't just lose a great baseball player and a Hall of Fame player. We lost somebody else. On the backside of this is perhaps a picture. If you were to ask Roberto Clemente what uniform did he like the most, it would have been a toss-up between a Pittsburgh Pirate uniform and a U.S. Marine. Roberto Clemente served in the Marine Corps from 1959 to 1962. In that time period, he was in the All-Star team. He won a World Series twice. But again, it was his efforts to help his fellow human being that we remember the most. A tragic loss for us, but also something for all young people to look at and say, I want to be like him. Also, Dr. Joyce spoke earlier today about the loss of Pittsburgh Steeler running back and Hall of Famer Franco Harris. I had the blessing of actually knowing Mr. Harris. He was a very imposing figure, and he was a phenomenal athlete. But I think when we think of Franco Harris, and this is a picture of him, this is the last tackler that was trying to get him. He picked up a pass that ricocheted off a guy named Frenchie Fuqua and ran it into the end zone. The Pittsburgh Steelers ended up winning their first championship game that day. But, in addition to his years in the NFL and in addition to the years of being an idol in the Pittsburgh community, Franco Harris was something else. Franco Harris was very approachable. Franco Harris always had time for those who needed something. Pittsburgh Mayor Ed Gainey said today, Franco always said yes to helping our food banks, our blood drives, and youth sports leagues. He loved this city, and this city loved him. His memory will always be a blessing for the people of Pittsburgh. I think that these two athletes, not only their great prowess on a field of play, but their commitment to their fellow human beings is the thing that we really have to sort out and dwell on, especially in this time of the year. These are incredible people who did incredible things, both on the field of athletics, but more importantly, in the city in which they lived and for the people that were around them. Roberto Clemente died in a mercy flight to Nicaragua. Franco Harris died this morning, just days before the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to retire his number in honor the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. Madam Chair, wish you the merriest of Christmas and a great New Year. Thank you so much. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jerry Connor, a builder and developer from Savannah, Georgia, who on February 2nd will conclude his successful term as the 2022 chairman of the National Association of Home Builders. As chairman, Jerry has worked with both the administration and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle to provide solutions for our nation's growing housing affordability crisis. This is an especially important issue, and it is refreshing to have someone as knowledgeable and passionate as Jerry come to Washington with solutions and the know-how to make them a reality. Jerry also recognizes the importance of giving back to his community. He has served on the board of directors for the Savannah Humane Society, as president of the Jewish Educational Alliance, and as a member of the Savannah-Chatham Metropolitan Planning Commission. On behalf of myself and the 1st Congressional District of Georgia, I want to say thank you, Jerry, for all of your hard work. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Ware County High School football team for winning the Class 5A state championship in the state of Georgia. This is a first and long overdue state title for the Gators. They finished the season with a 14-0 record, also a first for the school. Ware County faced no trouble as they cruised through 4 playoff games. They allowed only 27 points to be scored by their opponents. The Gators entered the championship game having allowed just 90 points all season. Their defense was one of the best in the state. In their title matchup, the Gators faced the Warner Robins Demons, a Georgia powerhouse program known for their historic success. Warner Robins was a 2-time defending state champion coming off a historic 2021 season. The Gators held Warner Robins to only 13 points and brought the title back home to Waycross. Congratulations to the Ware County Gators. You made the 1st Congressional District of Georgia proud. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Benedictine High School football team for winning the Class 4A state championship in the state of Georgia. This is the 2nd year in a row that the cadets have won this title. In fact, over the last 12 years, the cadets have won the state title 4 times. Benedictine faced no trouble in the playoffs, scoring a combined 155 points. The cadets, known for their strong defensive teams, only allowed their opponents to score 51 points during their playoff run. In their title matchup, Benedictine beat Cedartown 14-13. It was the Benedictine defense that won the game for the cadets as the unit made a goal line stand in a driving rainstorm in the final seconds of the game. Congratulations, Benedictine. You have made the 1st Congressional District of Georgia proud. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and recognize one of the 1st District of Georgia's finest, quarterback Stetson Bennett of the Georgia Bulldogs. Stetson Bennett has now cemented himself as one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the University of Georgia. Last week, Stetson finished 4th in the Heisman Trophy voting. Stetson was the first Georgia quarterback to be named a Heisman finalist and the first Bulldog to make the final cut for the award since Garrison Hearst in 1992. This season, Stetson finished with 3,435 passing yards, 27 total touchdowns, and a completion rate of 68% through 13 games. He also showed off his speed, tacking on 148 yards rushing. In the SEC championship game, Stetson threw for 274 yards and 4 touchdowns. Bennett will lead the Bulldogs into the college football playoff as they take on the Ohio State Buckeyes in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. I wish Stetson and the Dogs good luck as they try to become the first school to win back-to-back titles in college football playoff history. Congratulations, Stetson, and go Dogs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my last speech on the House floor. You know, I've given hundreds of speeches on this floor, but there will be no more. I'm reminded of a quotation. Each of us is called to do something, and if we don't do it, it won't get done. For almost 15 years now, I've had the privilege to be in this chamber, to do this work. Like many staffers who come to this great building, they seek to one day become members of Congress. and I became one of those. I was the legislative counsel to the late Congressman Leo Ryan, who was assassinated in Jonestown, Guyana, trying to extract constituents who had been held there against their will by a cult leader named Jim Jones. I'm proud that, along with Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, Congressman Leo Ryan's name now appears above the Democratic cloakroom. I was shot 5 times on that airstrip and left to die, but obviously survived and committed the rest of my life to public service. In fact, I have the record here in Congress of being the member who had the longest stretch between the time they first ran for Congress, which was 29 years before I was elected the second time. And what I know is this: we are specks in the timeline of history. Few will remember us, but they will remember events. The corridor to the members' dining room on the House side shows a mural of L'Enfant choosing the site for the U.S. Capitol. Then President Washington is seen actually laying the cornerstone. And then in 1814, the British burning the Capitol. And then the rotunda being used to house Union soldiers as a medical center. There's one more mural that has to be placed in that corridor. It's the mural of January 6th. What will we do to prevent another one? That's the challenge to all of us. What will we do to lower the rhetorical temperature in this sanctuary of democracy? Will we ever end the blood sport that goes on in this chamber? You know, above us in the ceiling is the eagle with the words E pluribus unum. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. It is our duty to our constituents, not to our Facebook audience or Twitter followers. It is not our goal to increase our followers. It is our duty to increase the confidence of our constituents in democracy, in getting things done. I hope the 118th Congress will do what I was not able to do in 10 years and get the ERA into the Constitution of the United States. It is 24 words. Every democracy in the world has an ERA in their Constitution, but the United States. I hope that we will restore the right to reproductive autonomy for every woman. I hope we will do what we should do, which is pass an assault weapon ban. But surely we can prohibit the purchase of these weapons of war by teenagers. We should make permanent the child tax credit, lifting a half of the children in this country out of poverty last year when we did that. And we've got to do a better job of providing for our servicemen and women. You know, I have had an extraordinary staff these almost 15 years. They make me sound smarter than I am, more articulate than I am. They work long hours to move legislation. They plan conferences in the district for senior citizens and job seekers and students and all the many, many town halls we have had. Madam Speaker, I ask that each of their names be placed in the congressional record today. They are the sheroes and heroes of this institution. I thank
Without objection. Go on, proceed.
I thank my constituents for the greatest opportunity of my life, to serve them. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Come, Lord, our Redeemer, quickly come. Send your spirit of wisdom and understanding, of counsel and might, that this world of pain and sadness, of war and dissension would find peace and joy in the knowledge of you, O Lord, our God. In the dark streets of our war-torn world, the alleys of our crime-ravaged cities, on the aisles of our divided nation, shine your everlasting light. Dare we hope that after 300 days of the violence and suffering in Ukraine, that you would cause the wolf to dwell with the lamb. In the randomness of horror pillaging the towns and cities of our own country, will you tame the leopard to lie down alongside the goat? Can the calf and the lion in our own house dwell in harmony? Lead us, O God, to this most holy moment, that we not just dare to believe, but that we would be compelled to play our part in establishing your peace in our world, in our nation, and in this place. Savior, like a shepherd, lead us. We pray in your name for our redemption. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal now stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it may be in order at any time today for the Speaker to declare a recess, subject to the call of the Chair, for the purpose of receiving in joint meeting His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Without objection. The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 21st, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Rosa L. DeLauro to act as Speaker pro tempore to sign and roll bills and joint resolutions through the remainder of the 117th Congress. Signed sincerely, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the appointment is approved. The Chair lays before the House another communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 20th, 2022 at 3:58 p.m. That the Senate agrees to the House amendment to the bill, Senate 1466, that the Senate passed, Senate 365, Senate 989, Senate 1402, Senate 3168, Senate 3308, Senate 3388, Senate 4104, Senate 4411, Senate 4719, Senate 4949, Senate 4978, Senate 5087. That the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 203, H.R. 441, H.R. 478, H.R. 785, H.R. 1095, H.R. 2472, H.R. 2473, H.R. 4622, H.R. 4881, H.R. 4899, H.R. 5271, H.R. 5349, H.R. 5650, H.R. 5659, H.R. 5794, H.R. 5865, H.R. 5900, H.R. 5952, H.R. 6042, H.R. 6064, H.R. 6080, H.R. 6218, H.R. 6220, H.R. 6221, H.R. 6267, H.R. 6386, H.R. 6427, H.R. 6604, H.R. 6630, H.R. 6917, H.R. 6961, H.R. 7514, H.R. 7518, H.R. 7519, H.R. 7638, H.R. 7735, H.R. 8025, H.R. 8026, H.R. 8203, H.R. 8226, H.R. 8260, H.R. 9308. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 5229, an act to direct the Joint Committee of Congress on the Library to remove the bust of Roger Brooke Tawney in the old Supreme Court chamber of the Capitol and to obtain a bust of Thurgood Marshall for installation in the Capitol on the Capitol grounds and for other purposes.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, this is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Chris Stewart, U.S. Representative for the 2nd Congressional District of Utah, have been served with a subpoena for documents issued by the 3rd Judicial District Court, Salt Lake County, State of Utah. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Chris Stewart, Member of Congress.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 803A of the Congressional Recognition for Excellence in Arts Education Act, 2 U.S. Code 803A, and the order of the House of January 4, 2021, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Congressional Award Board.
Mrs. Sherry Bustos of Galena, Illinois.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 2B2 of the Commission to Study the Potential Creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture Act, Public Law 117-140, and the order of the House of January 4, 2021, of the following individuals on the part of the House to the Commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture.
Dr. J. Jia Zhu of San Francisco, California. Mr. Dennis Shang of New York, New York.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 732 Alpha of the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement Implementation Act, Public Law 116-113, and the order of the House of January 4, 2021, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Independent Mexico Labor Expert Board to fill the existing vacancy thereon.
Mr. Rudy Ernesto Gonzalez of Oakland, California.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Virginia.
Sorry. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to celebrate the record of service of my friend and our colleague, Congresswoman Elaine Luria. Elaine came to Congress as one of the first 2 women who graduated from the Naval Academy to serve here in the halls of Congress. She had an incredible 20-year career as a Navy nuke before continuing her service here in the halls of Congress. But for anyone who thought that she was solely focused on the Navy, and it did feel like she has always been solely focused on the Navy, she's been a dedicated Congresswoman focused on the issues that matter to Virginia's 2nd District. One of her proudest achievements and first achievements of many was passing bipartisan legislation to protect the Chesapeake Bay, a vital resource to her community. Elaine, as a member of the Armed Services Committee, has been a champion for our military, for our Navy, and I caution anyone never to doubt Elaine when she says that the Navy is the strongest and most powerful element that our United States military has in the face of a rising Chinese threat. To continue her service, Elaine Luria continued on the January 6th committee, where she has bravely, proudly, and resolutely wanted to have a defined history for generations to come of what happened in the lead up to and in that day. As she leaves Congress, I wish her and her family well. I'm grateful for her friendship and her service to our great Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our post-secondary education system is broken. The Government Accountability Office recently released a troubling report blasting colleges for giving prospective students misleading information on financial aid letters. The report found that only 9% of college financial aid letters correctly calculated students' out-of-pocket costs, and nearly half misled students by blurring the lines between grants and loans, in some cases by tens of thousands of dollars. This lack of transparency is inexcusable and outright shameful. Students and families make one of the most critical financial decisions of their lives when they accept their financial aid offer. Schools should not hide the true cost of college from them. That's why Representative Lisa McClain and I introduced the College Cost Transparency and Student Protection Act to ensure that aid offers are clear so students and parent choice are maximized. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the chamber for 3 minutes.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for 2 important reasons. First, in support of the bipartisan Equal Pay for Team USA Act to ensure that female athletes on Team USA may finally receive the equal compensation and benefits they have long deserved. Earlier this year, we saw the U.S. women's national soccer team successfully fight for equal pay between the men's and women's teams. It's now time for Congress to act and provide the same level of equality for all women competing on behalf of the United States globally. That's why my colleague and I, Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina, led a bipartisan group of members sending a letter to House leadership urging them to bring this bill to the House floor for a vote before the end of the 117th Congress. I thank Senators Capito and Cantwell for introducing this important legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Equal Pay for Team USA Act. And it's truly appropriate that when talking about strong, impressive women, I stand here to deliver a tribute to a dear friend of mine, Congresswoman Elaine Luria. We entered Congress as the first 2 women from the Naval Academy to serve in the House, and she has been a constant and resolute champion of all things of the United States Navy. I have been proud to serve with her and will miss her in my time in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revived to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the Supreme Court issued a hold to keep Title 42 border control policy alive. This follows litigation by 19 states, along with a warning by the Border Patrol officials of a doubling of illegal aliens crossing the border. Implemented in 2020 by President Donald Trump and was set to expire today, the pandemic-era program is a critical tool used to quickly expel illegal aliens. Since Biden took office, over 4 million illegal aliens have been caught crossing the border, including 230,000 in October. The Biden administration is intentionally promoting the deadly drugs by cartels, the child human trafficking into our country, and terrorists crossing over into American society, putting every family at risk of mass murder. The newly elected House Republican majority will work to secure the border, to protect families. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from Afghanistan's safe haven to America. Welcome President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine to Washington. I saw firsthand last week, visiting Kyiv, the resolve of Ukraine. Ukraine will achieve victory. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to strongly encourage our Senate friends across the hall to oppose this omnibus spending bill and get back to regular order, allow Congress to debate this massive spending bill and to offer amendments on the floor, the way the Founding Fathers designed this body. We just had an election, Mr. Speaker, and the voters overwhelmingly said that the biggest issue to them was inflation. We have inflation because this body has spent too much money. But apparently this body did not get the message from the voters. I'm going to have the honor of being the chairman of the House Oversight Committee in a few weeks. One of the priorities of this committee will be to eliminate waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the federal government. We have agencies like the NIH, the CDC, the FBI, the FDA, the IRS, and the list goes on and on and on that cannot account for spending of massive amounts of tax dollars, yet this body is going to give all those federal agencies a blank check for another 12 months. We need to oppose this and get back to regular order. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 2333, the Equal Pay for Team USA Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2333, an act to amend Chapter 2205 of Title 36, United States Code, to ensure equal treatment of athletes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 2333.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 2333, the Equal Pay for Team USA Act of 2022, is bipartisan legislation that would help ensure that all amateur athletes representing the United States in global athletic competitions, including the Olympics and Paralympics, are treated equally. Specifically, the bill requires all such athletes, regardless of gender, to receive equal compensation, medical care, travel arrangements, expense reimbursement, and other benefits. The bill also requires the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, as well as national sports governing bodies, to report annually to Congress on compliance and in collaboration with affected athletes to advocate before international sports federations to ensure equal prizes and other support for male and female athletes. While helping to ensure gender equality, the bill also carefully preserves the ability of athletes to accept outside sponsorships and endorsement deals and prizes, such as Olympic or Paralympic medals. It also clarifies that certain team members, such as team captains, may earn more than their teammates, and it allows the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee and national sports governing bodies to provide more beneficial terms to the extent necessary to account for existing gender-based disparities. Female athletes competing on the world stage have suffered unequal treatment for far too long. Despite training and working just as tirelessly as their male counterparts, they often receive unequal benefits and compensation. This is unacceptable. Congress must not only be on record stating clearly that we as a nation value all members of Team USA, both women and men alike, but we must also take action to ensure just and equal treatment for all of our athletes, who repeatedly do our nation proud before the eyes of the world. I thank our colleagues, Senators Maria Cantwell, Shelley Moore Capito, Amy Klobuchar, and Cynthia Lummis for shepherding this long overdue bill through the Senate, where it passed by voice vote. I also appreciate the leadership of Representatives Mikey Sherrill and Nancy Mace for bringing this measure forward in the House. I urge all members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
In 1894, the United States founded an organization that has since grown into the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee. The U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee is tasked with organizing the participation of U.S. athletes in international amateur athletic events. In 1950, Congress granted the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee a federal charter under Title 36 of the U.S. Code. As a congressionally chartered organization, it takes an act of Congress to make changes to the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee's charter. This bill would amend the bylaws for the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee and national governing bodies to require those entities to provide equal pay for male and female athletes who represent the U.S. in international amateur athletic events. This would include equal compensation, wages, benefits, medical care, travel arrangements, and reimbursement for expenses. Senate 2333 also requires the committee and national governing bodies to report annually to Congress on compliance with treating athletes equally. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just inform the House that we have no speakers on this topic, and we are ready to close at
we have no further speakers. We're ready to close.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to let the gentleman from any, if there are no other speakers, I'd let the gentleman know that we are simply going to once again ask for support for the bill and would hope that the vote would take it up in a timely fashion. And I would reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Equal Pay for Team USA Act of 2022 is a targeted approach to addressing the disparities in treatment among women and men who represent the United States in global amateur athletic competitions. For this reason, the bill has the support of many organizations, including the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, U.S. Soccer, U.S. Squash, USA Curling, USA Volleyball, the Women's Basketball Coaches Association, the Women's Sports Foundation, the National Interscholastic Athletic Association, the National Women's Law Center, and the National Organization for Women. The way we treat our amateur women athletes is a reflection of our nation's values. Through their talents and hard work, these athletes showcase all that is best about America to the world. But all too often, they receive unequal pay or less favorable terms of employment merely because of their gender. It's time to correct this mistake and ensure that all American athletes competing on the world stage are treated fairly. I urge the House to pass the Equal Pay for Team USA Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Speaker, I also would yield back the balance of our time.
All right, gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2333? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in affirmative. For what purpose? Will the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 5168, the Energy Security and Lightering Independence Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5168, an act to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to include aliens passing in transit through the United States to board a vessel on which the alien will perform ship-to-ship liquid cargo transfer operations within a class of non-immigrant aliens and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 5168.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 5168, the Energy Security and Lightering Independence Act of 2022, will make a small but important technical fix to our immigration laws to ensure that the visas for certain crew members engaged in a process known as lightering are functional. Lightering is the ship-to-ship transfer of crude oil or liquid natural gas from a smaller vessel onto a larger vessel, or vice versa, for import and export. Approximately 74% of all U.S. exports and 44% of U.S. imports are conducted by lightering. Lightering vessel crew members are issued combination C1/D visas by the U.S. State Department. A crew member or D visa is a non-immigrant visa for persons working aboard vessels at sea or airplanes or international flights, providing services required for the normal operation of those vessels and intending to depart the United States on the same vessel or any other vessel within 29 days. A transit or C1 visa allows the crew member to travel or transit through the United States as a passenger to join a ship or aircraft on which that crew member will work. Because the work aboard lightering vessels typically lasts 3 to 6 months, the 29-day limit on the combination C1D visa by itself is not adequate. Therefore, for decades, Customs and Border Protection has granted parole to lightering vessel crew members upon arrival in the United States, allowing them to remain on board the vessel and then to depart after their services aboard the vessel are completed up to 6 months later. This legislation simply modifies the maximum period of stay for lightering crew members under the C1D visa from 29 days to 180 days. This simple change makes the C1D visa functional for lightering crew members, thus eliminating the need for CBP to continue granting parole on a case-by-case basis. The legislation makes clear that this is a narrow change that only applies to lightering crew members who are transiting through or landing temporarily in the United States, and that these crew members are explicitly not eligible to work in the United States on the C1D visa. This technical fix is also expected to save CBP $250,000 and 6,000 man-hours per year. I want to thank Representative Sylvia Garcia for her leadership and for introducing this important legislation. I urge all members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Senate 5168 makes a narrow and positive change to U.S. immigration law to ensure that alien lighters have access to a visa that allows them to do their job on ships in the U.S. waters. Lightering is an offshore ship-to-ship transfer of oil from one oil tanker that is too big to travel into the U.S. port to a ship that is small enough to enter the port. According to the oil industry, lightering is used for over 50% of the crude oil imports into the United States. In order to get the ships in the U.S. waters, alien lighterers must currently obtain a C1D visa, which is a combination of a transit visa and a crew member visa. The C visa, or transit visa, allows the lighterer to enter the U.S. to board the ship on which he or she will be working. The D visa allows the lighterer to work as an alien crewman. While the maximum period of stay allowed under the D visa is 29 days, the work of the lightering crews normally lasts anywhere from 3 to 6 months. As a work around the 29-day limit, once the lighterers are present at the U.S. port of entry, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP officers parole them into the United States for a 180-day period. Recognizing the importance of the lightering industry and its crew to oil supply chain security, CBP has granted lighterers this parole under both Democrat and Republican administrations. Unfortunately, such situation is not what was contemplated when Congress created the parole authority. Statute requires that parole be used only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. The Trump administration aimed to rein in executive abuse of the parole authority. In doing so, it initially curtailed the use of parole lighterers, but soon after returned to allowing the practice. Senate 5168 recognizes the importance of the lightering industry to the security of the oil supply chain. The bill creates a narrowly tailored subcategory of C and D visas for aliens performing, quote, ship-to-ship liquid cargo transfer operations, or to form another vessel engaged in foreign trade, unquote. It's very specific to lighterers and allows them to remain in the United States for up to 180 days. I support this narrow change, which will help ensure the security of our oil supply chain at a time when the Biden administration refuses to allow domestic industries producing energy here at home. I reserve the balance of time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlelady, and a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm here today to express my strong support for S5168, the Energy Security and Lightering Independence Act of 2022 by Senators Padilla and Cornyn. I want to thank my Senate counterparts for their work on this important bipartisan legislation, as well as Chairman Nadler and his staff for their efforts in getting this bill to the floor today. I am proud to champion and sponsor this bill in the House, and I encourage all my colleagues to support this swift passage of this bipartisan bill. Lightering is a ship-to-ship transfer of crude oil or liquid natural gas from a smaller vessel onto a larger vessel, or vice versa, for import and export. These ships are just plain too big to come in, so that smaller ship comes in. Approximately 74% of U.S. exports and 44% of U.S. imports are conducted by lightering. Lightering vessels are foreign flagged and therefore staffed with foreign crew. These workers are highly trained, skilled, long-term employees whose sole function is to work on the lightering and get the transfer done. They're not authorized to do any other work in our offshore or on dock. Currently, lightering crew transit through a U.S. port under a C-1D visa, which allows workers a 29-day work period, only 29 days. However, under the current structure, lightering crew members do not fit well into this visa category because rarely, if ever, do they transit for less than 29 days. Because those visas are only valid for up to 29 days, and the crew member shift is often for 180 days, U.S. Customs, as already been mentioned, must parole these crews to extend their visa time consistent with their work schedule. And let's be clear, paroles are burdensome for the workers and CBP, and there are additional costs to taxpayers. These crew members are critical to the U.S. supply chain. If lightering crew members cannot enter the U.S. under a proper visa, lightering vessels cannot be appropriately staffed. This could result in delays and bottlenecks for U.S. energy exports or imports, impacting all of us. We cannot let this happen. Therefore, my bill would bolster our energy security to ensure our lightering vessels are properly staffed. It makes a necessary technical correction to codify an existing State Department practice of issuing C-1D visas for lightering. Again, this simply codifies a practice, saving taxpayer dollars. It would also allow crew members of lightering ships to work in the United States for up to 180 days in order for them to do their jobs thoroughly and completely. This bill will bring more clarity to the lightering industry visa process for both the workers and all the U.S. federal agencies involved, saving us, again, tax dollars and making things more efficient. And it will protect and secure the U.S. energy supply chain, which is a very important part of the economy in my district. It has already passed out of the Senate in a bipartisan unanimous support. Again, I'm proud to sponsor this bill in the House and thank my colleagues from Texas, Crenshaw, Weber, and Gonzalez, Vicente Gonzalez, Mr. Cloud, and Mr. Palacio, also for their co-sponsorship. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes on this very important piece of legislation, and let's get it to the President's desk at a time that we need to ensure that our supply chain continues without any issues. Let's keep America's supply chain strong. Please vote for this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin
Speaker,
is recognized.
we also would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished chairman, thank the manager, and I thank my colleague, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, and the senator from Texas, Senator Cornyn, and the other sponsors and I rise to acknowledge the crucialness of this legislation dealing with the literees. It's about the economic engine that many of us have in our communities, and that is, of course, the port, but also the travel and business and the issues of recreation that encountered on large vessels. And so to give these individuals the time that they need to do the proper work safely, rather than the short time of 29 days, to have an extended period of time to respond, is both in this climate an economic boost, a recognition of fairness in the immigration process, and to recognize the importance of the hard work that the literees do. And so I want to congratulate my colleague, Congresswoman Garcia, and members of the other body, Senator Corden, for the work that is going to shine a light on a better productivity and a better economic aspect of this work. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would let the gentleman from New York know that we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
And we're prepared to close.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to close.
I would simply urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I would yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York recognized to
Mr.
close.
Speaker, this legislation makes a modest but important technical change to the immigration laws that would improve the efficiency of our agencies and of a critical domestic industry. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5168? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 4926, the Respect for Child Survivors Act.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4926, an act to amend Chapter 33 of Title 28, United States Code, to require appropriate use of multidisciplinary teams for investigations of child sexual exploitation or abuse, the production of child sexual abuse material, or child trafficking conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days who wish to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 4926.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield myself such time as I may consume, I have a parliamentary inquiry. How many people are necessary to stand up to get a roll call vote?
The gentleman will suspend momentarily.
We'll see.
The yeas and nays can be supported by 1/5 of those members present.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 4926, the Respect for Child Survivors Act, is bipartisan legislation that responds to the testimony of Olympian Michaela Maroney, who bravely shared her story with Congress alongside her fellow gymnasts Simone Biles, Maggie Nichols, and Ali Raceman. They told Congress about the abuse they faced at the hands of Larry Nassar and the failures of so many people to stop that abuse sooner. Maroney testified that she was interviewed by an FBI agent in 2015. She testified that she spoke to the agent over the phone for nearly 3 hours, recounting numerous molestations and answering every question, trusting that sharing this information would lead to action and to protecting other young women. I began crying at the memory over the phone, and there was just dead silence, Maroney testified. She said, "I was so shocked at the agent's silence and disregard for my trauma." Unfortunately, it was not until 17 months later that the agent even documented the interview. Unsurprisingly, it did not accurately describe Maroney's account of the abuse she experienced. The Respect for Child Survivors Act seeks to ensure that no one will experience what Michaela Maroney experienced when she trusted the FBI with the most personal traumatic memories. This legislation requires the FBI to use multidisciplinary teams of experts when investigating cases of child sexual abuse, the production of child sexual abuse material, and child trafficking. These experts must receive training on special victims' crimes, including child sexual abuse, and they must provide trauma-informed care. The use of these multidisciplinary teams would prevent the re-traumatization of victims who come forward seeking justice. The bill also requires the Director of the FBI to annually report to the Attorney General about any interview of a victim reporting child sexual abuse material or child trafficking that took place without the use of a multidisciplinary approach or a trained forensic interviewer. The bill also encourages the FBI to work with multidisciplinary teams at existing children's advocacy centers as established by the Victims of Child Abuse Act. The bill ensures that the FBI gives Children's Advocacy Center personnel access to critical case information so that victims can get the medical, mental health, and advocacy services they need. Finally, the bill requires that child sexual abuse and child trafficking cases are reviewed by a multidisciplinary team at regularly scheduled times so that the team can share information about case progress, address any investigative or prosecutorial barriers, and ensure that victims receive support and needed treatment. This provision would ensure that none of these serious cases is neglected and that children are not endangered by a failure to investigate. I thank Senator Cornyn, Senator Coons, Senator Grassley, and Senator Klobuchar for introducing this important legislation in the Senate. And I thank Congressman Costa and Congressman Gonzalez for championing it in the House. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this bipartisan, bicameral legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Senate Bill 4926, the Respect for Child Survivors Act, requires the FBI to use multidisciplinary teams when investigating certain crimes involving children. This requirement includes, for example, situations where the interviewed victim is no longer a child, but was the victim of a crime as a child. The multidisciplinary teams would consist of a variety of professionals trained to work with children who had been victims of a crime. The goal of using these multidisciplinary teams is to prevent re-traumatizing victims. Senate 4926 also contains provisions related to information sharing and case review for crimes involving children. These provisions would hopefully ensure that these cases are not forgotten or simply dropped without review. I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman and the manager of this bill. Mr. Speaker, let me let everyone see this picture, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. It is Michaela and a constituent of mine, Simone Biles. As indicated, these women have spent years of investing in their sport and rising to the level of excellence, and they are victims that should have not occurred. I rise to support the Respect for Child Survivors Act, and Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to place this article in the record. This bill was inspired by the heroic testimony of gymnast and survivor Michaela Maroney, who came before Congress to share a story of the abuse she and more than 100 others faced at the hands of Larry Nassar. Michaela told Congress that when she was asked to speak to the FBI about Nassar's abuse, she told them everything. She poured her heart out to them. She spoke to FBI agents over the phone for 3 hours. Can you imagine how painful that was? As she sat on the floor of her bedroom, recounting details of molestation, information she had not even shared with her mother. She wanted to make a difference. She wanted to protect others. She said it was the most uncomfortable conversation I had ever in my life, but I thought, as uncomfortable it was, I was making a difference and hopefully protecting others from the same abuse. I thought and trusted that they would act quickly for the sake of our other girls. I waited and waited and waited and heard nothing. They did nothing. We know now that the FBI's failure to listen to Michaela and other survivors allowed NASA to continue his abuse, his torture of these young, beautiful women and continue to molest them, our outstanding athletes who we cheer and are so proud when we're looking at the Olympics. Look what they had to suffer. These young women made great sacrifice to pursue their sport and represent the best of their country. They put their safety in the hands of their coaches and their doctors and ultimately the FBI, the people who were all supposed to protect them but failed. I'm very grateful to Congressman Costa and Gonzalez and all the sponsors in the Senate. And as the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, Homeland Security, we had a hearing dealing with the human trafficking issues. This is a mighty powerful bill. We hope that we will pass a no trafficking zone bill in the other body that complements this. Because I don't know if anybody realizes this is a scourge, it's an epidemic, and this bill will provide for wraparound services so that whatever is said by a child, that this can now be utilized to protect others. That's what the no trafficking zone is about, and that's what we're trying to protect. As I close, Mr. Speaker, I want everybody to realize that just in the last 24 hours, they talked about a sextortion campaign against young boys. Where do they do it? Online. Where are children online? At schools, among other places, to extort from children who are asked to take pictures of themselves. This legislation is crucial. The no trafficking zone legislation is crucial. We hope that it will pass as well, and we are grateful for the work that has been done. Finally, let me say that I congratulate those who supported the Equal Pay for Team USA Act of 2022. I couldn't support it even more. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Texas yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would reserve, but I would like to let the gentleman from New York know that we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman from
We have no further speakers, and we're prepared to close.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I would simply urge members to support this legislation. I would yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation is endorsed by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, the National District Attorneys Association, Army of Survivors, and National Children's Alliance. We must do better in helping survivors seek justice. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House, gentleman from New York yields back. Reserves? Yield, okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4926? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in affirmative. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does it... Oh, wait. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-450, the Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Burr.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 450, an act to award posthumously the Congressional Gold Medal to Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of S-450, the Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley Congressional Gold Medal Act, which is a companion to a House bill sponsored by Representative Rush. This bill will provide for a Congressional Gold Medal in commemoration of 2 very important figures in our American history and heroes of the Civil Rights Movement, Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley. It was not long ago that Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American child from Chicago, visited his family in Money, Mississippi. Shortly after his arrival, he was kidnapped, beaten, mutilated, and shot in the head. His murderers then sunk his body in a river with a cotton gin fan tied around his neck with barbed wire. Mamie Till Mobley, Emmett Till's mother, expressed both love and heroism in the face of the unthinkable, ensuring that her son's body was brought home to Chicago and insisting that his funeral be open casket. She ensured that Emmett was dressed in his Sunday best and that nothing else about his body was touched so that people could see the violence that had been perpetrated upon him and bear witness to the horrors of lynching. Mamie issued an open invitation to her young son's funeral. 50,000 people heeded the call and were moved by the devastating effects that racism, prejudice, and hate had on Emmett's body, and the very life she allowed Jet magazine to photograph Emmett in his casket, ensuring that all of America would have an image of her son to galvanize a nation against the horrors of lynching and illuminate the need for the civil rights of all. Representative Rush was 8 years old when Till was lynched and murdered, and he has said that one of the sharpest memories of his childhood is the image of Mamie Till Mobley looking at her son's body in Jet magazine. Mamie Till Mobley's bravery was a fomenting force for the civil rights movement, paving the way for subsequent advocacy to increase racial equality, including the Montgomery boycott. While we still have a long way to go to ensure racial equity, we owe a great deal of progress to the bravery and sacrifice of Mamie Till Mobley and the way that she honored her son's life. Representative Rush represents Illinois' 1st District, where Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley reside. While Representative Bush has been in office, their house has become a national landmark. Representative Rush is also the sponsor of H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which was signed into law earlier this year and makes lynching a federal hate crime punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Due to the absence of this and other federal and legal protections, Emmett Till's murderers served no time in prison for their crimes. I'm so appreciative of Representative Bush's dedication to Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley and his work to ensure that lynching is recognized as a federal crime and that the Tills are honored for their bravery and legacy. I'm pleased to be able to vote yes for this bill before Representative Bush's retirement at the end of his term. And I want to congratulate him on this accomplishment. And I urge my colleagues to support this very important Congressional Gold Medal bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S-450, a bill that will award long overdue the Congressional Gold Medal to Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley. It's a pleasure to be on the House floor with Chair Waters to speak in favor of this bill and its strong bipartisan support. On August 28, 1955, a 14-year-old African-American boy was brutally murdered while visiting family in Money, Mississippi, based on nothing more than an accusation that he had flirted with a white woman 4 days earlier. This boy's name was Emmett Till. The way Emmett was murdered by the woman's husband and brother are far too gruesome to describe here or in the findings of this bill. But they left a scar on America's history in a way that we will never forget. When Till's body was found, it was so badly disfigured it was nearly unrecognizable even to Emmett's own family. The only clue they had to identify him was an initialed signet ring. And as it happened far too often during this period in our history, authorities tried to expedite his burial to try to make the incident go away. Yet Emmett's mother, as so eloquently described by Chair Waters, Mamie Bradley, insisted that her son's body be sent home to Chicago, where he could be properly memorialized. She knew that it was only through her son's mutilated body that the world could truly understand the evil that was perpetrated on her son. I cannot begin to imagine how difficult this decision was for her at that time with those feelings. But it was this decision that prompted Jet Magazine to publish the photo of Emmett, and it was this decision that ultimately led mainstream media to shine a light on the story. I wish I could say that those who murdered Emmett Till were brought to justice. But sadly, and most unjustly, less than 2 weeks after Emmett's body was buried, an all-white jury deliberated for less than an hour and issued a not guilty verdict. This despite the fact that there was ample eyewitness evidence to the contrary. Despite a lack of immediate justice for this brutal murder, Emmett's mother, Mamie, never stopped drawing attention to her son's murder. As demonstrated by all of us here today, the Till trial brought to light the brutality of the Jim Crow South. Mr. Speaker, S-450 will honor Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley for the injustice that they suffered, the bravery shown in the aftermath of this terrible incident in American history. So, Mr. Speaker, I support S-450, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is
I yield
recognized.
1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from California for bringing this bill to the floor and giving me the opportunity to comment on it. I rise in strong support. I grew up across the river from Mississippi in the state of Arkansas. I happened to be the same age as Emmett Till when he was murdered. I was 14, he was 14. Then I had the opportunity to work with his mother, Miss Mamie Till Mobley, who lived in Chicago. The church, Robert's Temple, is now in my district where his funeral was held. So I've always felt close to the situation. I've always felt a part of it. Miss Mobley, Emmett Till Mobley, Emmett's mother, was a premier activist in Chicago. She lived in Bobby's district, Congressman Rush's district, but she was all over the city, all over the country, all over the world.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Hoping to bring attention to a situation. I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized. A gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, so the gentleman may use his time to close.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
I thank the Speaker. I want to encourage my colleagues to support S450. I want to thank my friend Mr. Davis of Parkdale, Arkansas, for his testimony, a great city in our southeast corner of Arkansas, and thank Chair Waters for her passionate support of this bill. This is a bill that has the universal support of people on both sides of the aisle. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge our colleagues to all support S450, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time. Mr. Hill has closed, and he now yields to me.
Gentlewoman is recognized to close.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. I appreciate Representative Rush's dedication to ensuring that Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley's legacy and bravery are honored and remembered with this bill. This Congressional Gold Medal bill will allow the American people to pay tribute to these brave individuals who catalyzed the civil rights movement and stood up against racial injustice in the face of immense hardship, and without whom we would not be here where we are today as a country that continues to work toward racial equality for all. Again, I want to thank Representative Rush for championing this important bill. And I'd like to just add that, yes, I remember when it took place. I was 16 years old at the time. The parents and the leaders of our community made sure that all of the children in our communities, in our schools, in our churches knew what had happened. And they made sure that we understood what was going on in this country at that time. And we're never to forget what happened to Emmett Till and what happened to so many others when lynching was a way of life. And so I'm very pleased that Mr. Rush has championed this important bill. And I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 450? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Comer. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the rule S441.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4411, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 5302 Galveston Road in Houston, Texas, as the Vanessa Guillen Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revive and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure for S. Bill 4411. I now yield 3 minutes
Without
to
objection.
the gentlelady from Texas and sponsor of this important bill, the House Companion Bill, Representative Sylvia Garcia.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for all the support you've given me in getting this bill to the floor. And it looks like we're almost there.
Almost there.
Almost there. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give my strong support for S4411, the Vanessa Guillen Postal Facility Renaming Bill. I want to thank my Senate counterparts for their work on this important legislation and all my colleagues in the Texas delegation for co-sponsoring this legislation. I'm proud to champion and sponsor this bill in the House, and I encourage all my colleagues to support its swift passage today. Vanessa was born to the parents of immigrants and grew up in my district in Houston. She was a standout athlete in high school, and from a young age, she knew she wanted to serve her country, the U.S. Army. She would tell people, I'm going to join the Army. She participated in ROTC in her high school and knew that Army life was going to be for her. She enlisted right after high school graduation and was eventually assigned to Fort Hood Military Base in Texas. She was a rising star before her life was tragically cut short in April 2020 at the young age of 20 years old. Her story has brought much needed attention to the address sexual harassment and sexual assault in the military. Her story has led to changes being implemented at Fort Hood and at other military installations throughout the country and the world. Mr. Speaker, we can't bring Vanessa back, but we can continue her legacy by renaming the post office close to her high school in her honor. This building will serve as a reminder to the community of her sacrifice and dedication to our country. Again, I'm proud to champion and sponsor this bill. It's already passed the House earlier this Congress on a bipartisan basis. I ask for a yes on S4411. Let's continue Vanessa's legacy. Let's continue fighting for justice for Vanessa. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Houston native and Army specialist Vanessa Gillian was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. In April 2020, she was reported missing from her unit. Tragically, her body was found 2 months later along the Leon River near Fort Hood. It's believed Specialist Gillian was killed by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood who had been harassing and stalking her. Specialist Gillian's death spurred a national policy conversation about the way in which sexual harassment claims have been handled by the military. I strongly support this postal naming bill honoring Vanessa Gillian's life and legacy, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and I join my colleagues in honoring the life of this young woman by naming a post office in Houston, Texas after her. I urge passage of S4411 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
I encourage passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4411? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Oh. Dead. Oh, never mind. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S2834, the Dr. Joanne Smith Memorial Rehabilitation Innovative Centers Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2834, an act to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to preserve access to rehabilitation innovation centers under the Medicare program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady. Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
This bill, S 2834, is named in honor and memory of the departed former President and CEO, Dr. Joanne Smith, of Shirley Ryan Ability Lab, who died last year on September the 6th. She was a visionary and transformative figure in the field of physical medicine and rehabilitation by shifting the focus from rehabilitation to the outcome of ability. It means the capacity to transcend beyond one's physical setbacks and circumstances in recovering and to live a healthy and meaningful life. Dr. Smith was a compassionate doctor, loving wife, and wonderful mother. She was the driving force behind the development, building, and implementation of the Shirley Ryan Ability Lab that opened in my district in 2017. Dr. Smith, who stood on the shoulders of the late Dr. Henry Betts and his legacy at the Rehabilitation Institute of Chicago, before the name changed to Shirley Ryan Ability Lab. He was a tireless advocate for the rights of people with disabilities and served as medical director and CEO of the Rehabilitation Institute for many years. People come from all over the world to be seen by our expert staff and researchers to receive cutting-edge technology from the hospital's medical discoveries. This facility ranks #1 in rehabilitation by U.S. News and World Report for the 31st year in a row. What a hospital. In the United States, there are nearly 1,200 inpatient rehabilitation facilities. As we know, many of these institutions are small and are driving the future of rehabilitation medicine and patient recovery. This unique category of comprehensive rehab hospitals treat the most complex conditions such as traumatic brain injury, stroke, spinal cord injury, childhood disease, burns, and wartime injuries. They treat veterans, the elderly and disabled, the victims of violence, and children with birth defects. In addition, they conduct research that drives the entire industry and take on a greater share of training of the next generation of clinicians. These unique facilities are advancing the practice and standards of rehabilitation across the field of medicine and help to disseminate best practices throughout the country. For years, I've worked with colleagues in both parties and in both chambers to support study and to share the wonders of these leading rehab hospitals. They provide hope to countless patients and their families. S 2834 is the companion bill to H.R. 9271, which received bipartisan and bicameral support. This legislation, which I'm honored to partner on with Representative Jan Schakowsky and Darian LaHood from Illinois, recently passed the Senate on a bipartisan voice vote, and it was led by our friend Senator Durbin and Cassidy, Republican of Louisiana. I'm pleased that we're considering it today. S 2834 would direct CMS to study this class of rehab hospitals and provide recommendations on how to preserve patient access to these leading facilities. This will help share best practices, promote new research, and improve patient care across the entire medical field. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for it and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to join today with Chairman Davis to speak in support of H.R. 9271, the Joanne Smith Memorial Rehabilitation Innovation Centers Act. This bill is important. It'll create a standard to publicly recognize industry-leading facilities through the distinction of being a rehabilitation innovation center. These exceptional facilities are truly at the cutting edge of treatment. They are leaders in innovation, researching, developing, and applying new medical breakthroughs and technologies that can then be spread to patients and facilities across the nation and the world. I've seen firsthand the amazing positive impacts of these premier institutions. I'm proud that the Institute for Rehabilitation and Research, TIR, as we call it, Memorial Hermann, is located in Houston, Texas, serving patients in my district, in this country, and around the world. I've had the privilege to visit TIR Memorial Hermann to see firsthand how their patients benefit from life-changing care, particularly for patients who have suffered traumatic brain and spinal cord injuries. The patients arriving at TIR are often recovering from very medically complex injuries that really alter the course of their life. TIR provides patients with a full team of specialized caregivers and physicians to ensure that each patient receives the very best plan of care for their injury, so they're able to return to their communities. This incredible work and constant effort to research and develop new and innovative treatments for their patients has resulted in breakthroughs that have benefited patients not just in Houston, but around the globe. Today, I'll share just two of the thousands of stories that highlight the life-changing impact TIR has made for patients. When our former colleague here in the House, Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, was horrifically attacked at point-blank range and miraculously stabilized from her critical condition, she was transferred to TIR Memorial Hermann for her recovery. On that long road to recovery, TIR's expert physicians, nurses, and therapists worked together with Gabby, designing the right combination of intensive therapies and treatments. At TIR, they still talk about Gabby's motivation, her focus, and positive approach that she showed throughout her remarkable recovery. Corporal Nick Tullier was one of 6 Baton Rouge police officers shot during a 2016 ambush attack. Doctors told Nick's family he wouldn't survive 24 hours. But for nearly 6 years, he defied all odds after being treated at TIR Memorial Hermann. He passed away a hero in May of this year. I am immensely proud to have this amazing work happening in my home region of Houston. In my district, in hometown, we were fortunate enough to host some of the TIR patients at Memorial Hermann, the Woodlands Medical Center. And I'm honored to have had the opportunity to visit with the patients, nurses, doctors, and caregivers who are proudly part of the incredible work of TIR Memorial Hermann. I commend them, as you do, for their incredible life-changing work. I'd also like to commend my friend and fellow member of the Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Darren LaHood, for his leadership in shepherding this bill to the floor. He unfortunately couldn't be here today, but on behalf of both of us and the Ways and Means Committee, I would urge everyone to vote yes on this bill. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now my pleasure to yield such time as she might consume to one of the authors of this legislation, my dear friend and delightful colleague from Illinois, Representative Jan Schakowsky.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
Well, thank you so much to my dear friend and colleague from Illinois, Danny Davis, for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the Joanne Smith Rehabilitation Innovation Center. I just want to say also a big thank you to Senator Durbin, who was the chief sponsor of the legislation in the House, in the United States Senate, and to finally bring this to fruition. This bill will recognize rehabilitation research facilities in conducting not only research, but treating patients based on the research that is found. It includes the Shirley Ryan Ability Lab in Chicago, which is also in Congressman Davis's district. And this lab goes above and beyond to treat complex medical cases across the country, from trauma, from traumatic brain injury to third-degree burns. Patients benefit from this work. This bill ensures that cutting-edge research and best practices are spread across the country. This bill honors Dr. Joanne Smith, who is the former president and CEO of the Shirley Ryan Ability Lab. As Congressman Davis pointed out, she sadly died of cancer last year, but Dr. Smith devoted her entire career to helping patients. It is fitting that we honor her legacy with this legislation, and I certainly appreciate the bipartisan support and urge all my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Gentleman from Texas. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding, and I want to thank the bill sponsors. Mr. Brady recently, in his speech, mentioned Nick Touye, an officer from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that was shot, and everyone expected Officer Touye to be dead, for him to expire within hours of being shot. Took incredible shots to the chest, to the head. I'll say it again, every physician I spoke to said he wasn't going to make it. And James Touye and Mary Touye, his parents, were remarkable parents, and that every single day sat by his side. And Tierra Memorial Hermann Hospital, where Nick Touye was for, close to 6 years, did a remarkable job in ensuring that he would be able to live and would be able to sustain for many years. Mr. Speaker, had it not been for the work of the hospital, the amazing innovation there, there's no question in my mind that those 5 or nearly 6 years that Nick Touye was able to spend with his family, able to enjoy the company of his parents, it wouldn't have happened. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to join my friend Mr. Brady and others in supporting this legislation and recognizing the incredible work of these innovation centers. I urge adoption of legislation and yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve and at this time have no speakers that I'm aware of.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. Yield myself as much time as I may consume. I want to thank Congressman Graves for being here today and telling that story again about this outstanding man and his family and the care he got. I join with Dr. Davis. I applaud the sponsors of this bill, and I urge all members of this body to support this important piece of legislation. With that, I yield, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I prepare to close, this may be the last time that I have an opportunity to be on the floor with former Chairman Brady and Ranking Member Brady. And I just want to say to you, sir, that it has been a pleasure working with you and observing your leadership on the Ways and Means Committee. And as you go, hopefully the wind will always be at your back and the sun will shine warmly upon your face. Having this legislation on the floor here today, I was reminiscing a bit with myself of some of the many wonderful opportunities to have dialogue with Dr. Henry Betts, who was a guru in rehabilitation medicine, as was Dr. Smith. Dr. Betts and I often used to ride on the airplane together coming from Chicago to Washington for whatever, and he was the most passionate man, most creative. And so having a bill that's going to help continue to provide that kind of research. On a personal note, my former office manager and secretary had a stroke, and she was out for more than a year, but she went to the Rehab Institute, came back, worked until she retired, is now living a very meaningful life as a retired person, having all of her facilities. The Rehab Institute did that, and rehabilitation medicine did that. So I urge passage of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2834? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. T&I.
As amended.
The clerk will report. Does the gentleman move to suspend the rules and concur to the Senate amendment?
I do, yes.
Okay. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1917, an act to modify eligibility requirements for certain hazard mitigation assistance programs and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, will each control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in H.R. 1917 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1917. This bipartisan bill, sponsored by Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, makes it easier for municipalities to access federal funds to protect people and property from disasters, like the major floods that have hit my state of New Jersey and other states across the country. For every $1 taxpayer dollar invested in mitigation, up to $13 are saved. The vast majority of FEMA's mitigation investments are made via the agency's longest-running mitigation grant program, the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, or HMGP, which began in 1989. Since then, more than $5 billion have been obligated to HMGP projects. But due to various issues, including lack of capacity and burdensome red tape, more than $1 billion of these funds have gone unobligated. $1 billion in unspent hazard mitigation funds translates to a minimum of $4 billion in unrealized disaster recovery savings in the communities that were unable to advance these mitigation projects. So this bill begins to cut the red tape and make it easier for communities to start their projects early while still taking advantage of the HMGP grants to complete their hazard mitigation projects that involve acquisitions. So in short, H.R. 1917 helps communities access funding to complete mitigation projects that will save lives, property, and taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1917, the Hazard Eligibility and Local Projects Act. As the gentleman from New Jersey just stated, this is a critical bill. It has already passed the House once. It passed out of the Transportation Committee by voice vote. I want to explain the scenario. In recent years, this Congress has provided record funding for mitigation projects, whether it be through the Corps of Engineers, the BRIC program through FEMA, the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program that's based upon a formula of previous year disasters. What this legislation does is it really is a technical fix. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, it can take FEMA not weeks or months to approve a mitigation project, but years. It can take years. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, these projects are absolutely critical projects. They have great urgency behind them. We must have a project development and delivery process that reflects the urgency of the projects. This bill helps to fix that. What it does is it doesn't necessarily wait on federal approval to allow for a project to be reimbursed, to be an eligible project. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't change the rules of eligibility, meaning a county, a parish, a borough, a state could not move forward on a project doing something that ultimately is not approved and then get reimbursed. So the criteria for qualifying projects remains intact. This simply says if a parish, a county, a borough, or a state moves out on a mitigation project before approval from FEMA, they're not prevented or deemed ineligible from ultimately getting reimbursed under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. I want to thank Ms. Fletcher for her work on this. This is the second time the House has voted on this legislation. The first time the bill passed the House, I think it was 409 to 16. I'm going to say it again, Mr. Speaker, 409 to 16. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation clearly enjoys broad bipartisan support. The Senate did make two small changes. One is that we fully support. One, that it does put a 3-year sunset on the bill. Secondly, it does require a report back to Congress to show the performance of the program and whether or not it should be renewed. So again, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of H.R. 1917 and yield back. Oh, excuse me, reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Jago.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my dear friend. I rise in support today on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1917, the Hazard Eligibility and Local Projects Act, introduced by my colleague, Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher from Texas, and which I am a proud co-sponsor. And the reason for that is that this bipartisan bill supports our communities with their preparation to response efforts to any disaster. Specifically, it will make them eligible for certain federal disaster mitigation assistance for projects that began prior to submitting any request for assistance. And in that sense, the Senate amendment builds on this sound work by including a 3-year sunset clause that would allow Congress to assess the use of this authority and flexibility moving forward. And we need to support our constituents in their efforts to safeguard our communities against any disaster. In my district in Puerto Rico and in several others across the country, we know all too well the impact certain disasters may have on our health, economy, and of course, everyday life. This bill will support mitigation and related initiatives prior to the disaster taking place. And as such, it will reduce the need for post-disaster response funding and ensures the continuity of mitigation work once it has started. Timely mitigation measures create and promote resiliency and to lead to a faster recovery. As a co-sponsor of HR 1917, I urge my colleagues to support it as is amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is designed to address specific problems we've seen, bureaucracy and inefficiency. As the gentlelady from Puerto Rico just noted, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, this has impacts on communities that have experienced multiple disasters, like in Puerto Rico, some of the profound impacts from hurricanes. We don't need to have the federal government re-victimizing our citizens by creating bureaucratic steps. As the gentleman from New Jersey stated in his opening, we have seen over and over again where making proactive investments in mitigation results in significant savings. Studies showing the number could be anywhere from $3 to I've seen studies approaching $20 in savings. This allows for those projects to move forward. Again, cuts through the bureaucracy and red tape. I urge adoption of the legislation and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand with the 409. It's nice when we can pass important legislation with such a large majority, and I sometimes wonder about the 16, and I don't know quite what's going on over there, but maybe the gentleman can tell me afterwards. In closing, the Stafford Act entitles disaster-impacted states to HMGP grants after the disaster so that they can learn from the damage and protect their communities in the future. The ability to complete post-disaster mitigation projects should be accessible to communities in a much more timely manner. HR 1917 does that. It'll empower states to cut through the red tape and complete acquisition projects much more quickly and with fewer burdens. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
It's a gentleman from the state with earthquakes, tsunamis, tidal waves, hurricanes, and massive flooding. I appreciate the bill. Will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment, H.R. 1917? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have the yeas and nays, please?
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. I thought he wasn't going to do it. Alrighty. For what purpose does gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S3168.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3168, an act to amend the White Mountain Apache Tribe Water Rights Quantification Act of 2010 to modify the enforceability date for certain provisions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks to include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S3168 to amend the White Mountain Apache Tribe water rights settlement introduced by Senator Kelly of Arizona. Representative O'Halloran of Arizona has the House companion to this legislation. This bill will amend the White Mountain Apache Tribe's existing water rights settlement to extend certain deadlines and to increase the authorization to construct the tribe's rural water system. The rural water system was originally authorized by Congress in 2010 as part of the tribe's water rights settlement to provide a long-term water supply solution for the tribe. This bill will accommodate unanticipated but necessary design changes to the tribe's planned water system. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in qualified support of S3168. I agree with the goals of this bill, which are to build a water storage project and provide a tribe a mechanism to develop its legal water rights. The White Mountain Apache Tribe Water Rights Quantification Act of 2010 intended to meet those stated goals. However, the legislation before us today is now the third time that Congress has needed to revisit that 2010 law. It is not surprising because when Congress considered the underlying law that this bill amends, the Obama administration testified it had concerns with the legislation. Then Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner Michael Connor stated that his agency, quote, determined the tribe's cost estimate is not sufficiently detailed or comprehensive to provide the necessary assurance that the project can be constructed for that amount of money, unquote. The Democrat majority at the time ignored the warnings of the Obama administration. As a result, the cost of the dam that would help deliver water to the reservation has ballooned. Fast forward 12 years later, and here we are with this settlement in serious jeopardy due to unworkable timelines. Now we are rushing to fix mistakes that could have been avoided in 2010. This bill would extend the settlement's enforceability deadline from April of 2023 to December of 2027. It would also authorize additional discretionary spending for the construction of the 8,600 acre-feet water storage dam that the United States government promised to deliver in the settlement. To guarantee that we are not reopening this settlement yet again, this bill includes language that deems the settlement complete once the funds are expended. It would also require that any unspent funds be returned to the U.S. Treasury. In addition, at my request, the bill would require annual reports to Congress detailing implementation progress and cost accounting for the settlement. Lastly, the bill before us today does not include new mandatory spending, a positive change from previous versions of the legislation. Unfortunately, when this bill was heard at the Water, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee, the Biden administration did not make a witness available to answer any questions about the legislation at that hearing. To make matters worse, it was never marked up in the Natural Resources Committee. Not only should this bill have gone through regular order, but we need to look at improving the congressional process for considering Indian water rights settlements. That starts with more transparency about what is being proposed. For example, if Congress authorizes taxpayer funds, the administration needs to explain why the settlement represents a net benefit to the taxpayer, and a witness from the administration needs to be able to explain the rationale for the administration's conclusions. There needs to be a regular order, not a rush to consider a bill by both chambers at the ending days of Congress. Despite my reservations about this bill's process or lack thereof, I join my colleagues from Arizona to bring finality to this issue for the White Mountain Apache Tribe and the non-Indian water users who depend on concluding this settlement once and for all. I urge adoption of the bill, and I have no other speakers. If the gentlelady's ready to close, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Oh, gentlelady from Alaska is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3168? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S3308.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3308, an act to authorize the Colorado River Indian tribes to enter into lease or exchange agreements and storage agreements relating to water of the Colorado River allocated to the Colorado River Indian tribes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S3308, the Colorado River Indian Tribes Water Resiliency Act, introduced by Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. This bill authorizes the Colorado River Indian Tribes, or CRIT, to lease a portion of its Colorado River allocation to assist Arizona communities and to help slow unprecedented water level declines behind Hoover Dam, which supplies water to tens of millions of people. This authority will enable the CRIT to enter agreements to lease or conserve water to support tribal economic development and to help address water shortages in the Colorado River Basin, which is currently in its 23rd year of a historic drought. I want to commend the Natural Resources Committee Chair, Grijalva, for his work to develop this important legislation, along with Senator Kelly's efforts to advance this bill in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise again in qualified support of the Colorado River Indian Tribes Water Resiliency Act. This bill would authorize the Colorado River Indian Tribes, or CRIT, to enter into agreements with non-Indian water users to lease, exchange, or store a portion of its decreed water rights in Arizona. At a time when Arizona and the West are facing historic drought and water supply cutbacks, this bill could actually provide some near-term relief to those in desperate need of water. In Arizona, for example, agricultural and other water deliveries from the Colorado River have been reduced. The farmers who feed America are staring at a bleak water future as a result. This bill is not a cure-all, but it could help facilitate water infrastructure or water transactions between the Colorado River Indian tribes and Indian and non-Indian communities in Arizona, increasing availability of water at no cost to the federal government. Again, it is unfortunate that despite the legislation's potential benefits, it has not gone through regular order. In fact, this bill was never introduced in the House of Representatives, and the Natural Resources Committee did not have an opportunity to discuss the merits of this legislation or offer amendments at markup. Congress can do better than this, and the House fully intends to do so in the next Congress under a Republican watch. Nevertheless, this no federal cost legislation aims to give the Colorado River Indian tribes parity with the authorities granted to tribes under various other Indian water rights settlements in Arizona. Despite my reservations over the lack of process on this measure, I join with my Republican and Democrat colleagues from Arizona and urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Alaska.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3308? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S3773.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3773, an act to authorize leases of up to 99 years for land held in trust by the Confederated Tribes of the Chehalis Reservation.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Beltola, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chehalis Tribes Reservation in Washington was created in 1864 and sits at the confluence of the Chehalis and Black Rivers. To develop supply chain infrastructure, the tribe is seeking to finance improvements on an existing facility located on tribal trust land to secure a lease of this facility with an outside entity. The financing required for the project requires a lease agreement term of at least 86 years, which is currently not an option for the tribe under the terms of the Long-Term Leasing Act. Instead, the Act limits lease agreement terms to no more than 25 years with an option to renew for an additional 25 years. Since the passage of the Long-Term Leasing Act, Congress has allowed for longer leases by adding the names of certain tribes to the Long-Term Leasing Act. Historically, such bills have been non-controversial. Since 1955, Congress has added 59 tribes to the Long-Term Leasing Act. S3773 will serve as a long-term leasing act fix for the Chehalis tribe to allow the tribe to pursue its planned economic development activities. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S 3773 would amend current law to authorize the Confederated Tribes of the Chehalis Reservation to lease their land in trust for a term up to 99 years. Since 1834, land transactions with Native Americans have been prohibited unless specifically authorized by Congress. This has continued to apply to lands held in trust by the United States for the benefit of individual Indians or tribes. In 1955, Congress authorized that any Indian lands held in trust or land subject to a restriction against alienation could be leased by the Indian owner, subject to the approval of the Secretary of the Interior for terms of 10 or 25 years. Today, the 10 or 25-year lease length can be a challenge, especially when tribes want to engage in economic endeavors requiring longer lease periods. To date, Congress has authorized specific Indian land or Indian tribes to lease land subject to approval of the Secretary for a term of up to 99 years more than 50 times. This bill would provide the same authority for the Confederated Tribes of the Chehalis Reservation, authorizing the tribes to lease its trust land for terms up to 99 years. Granting this authority will allow the tribe to develop multiple warehouse facilities on the trust lands to support American supply chain infrastructure and generate economic opportunity for the tribal community. While I fully support the policy contained in S 3773, I must again voice my frustration with the way in which the majority is considering these bills here today just before Christmas. This is not how we should be conducting our business in the House. Though I am frustrated with the process by which this bill came before us, I am glad that it hasn't been buried in the omnibus with no discussions. And I can say that about all these authorization bills that we're considering today. If there is a silver lining, it is that these haven't been buried into an omnibus, a 4,000-page plus omnibus. I am supportive of the underlying legislation before us, and I urge its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alaska is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman Wren is recognized.
And I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alaska is recognized.
Colleagues, to support the legislation, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3773? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in affirmative. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll request the yeas and nays, please.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S 4104.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4104, an act to approve the settlement of water rights claims of the Wallapai tribe and certain allotees in the state of Arizona to authorize construction of a water project relating to those water rights claims and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S 4104, the Wallapai Tribe Water Rights Settlement Act, introduced by Senator Sinema of Arizona. Representative O'Halloran of Arizona has the House companion to this legislation. The bill would authorize and approve the Wallapai Tribe Water Rights Settlement Agreement, quantifying the tribe's rights to the Colorado River water. The bill authorizes $312 million so that the tribe can manage the construction of a water supply project that will finally provide reliable water supplies to the Wallapai Reservation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again rise in qualified support of the Wallapai Tribe Water Rights Settlement Act. This bill would settle the Wallapai tribe's last water rights claims in Arizona pertaining to the Colorado River Basin and the Verde River Basin. The first settlement, which only focused on the Bill Williams River Basin, was completed in 2014. Unlike the settlements passed in 2010, which often promised to construct a specific water project for the tribe to develop its water rights, this is a fund-based legal settlement meant to provide finality for all settlement parties. This would allow the tribe to make its own decisions regarding how, when, and where to develop water infrastructure on its reservation. I have personally visited the Wallapai tribe and have seen firsthand how important this settlement is to the Wallapai. Unfortunately, the process by which this bill has moved through Congress has been flawed from the beginning. During the Natural Resources Committee's consideration, the Biden administration failed to provide a witness with any knowledge of the settlement. Instead, it submitted written testimony which afforded our members no opportunity to engage in a discussion of the merits or concerns of the bill before us today. That hearing was as far the bill went, as the majority chose not to mark up the bill thereafter. Instead, we are considering a Senate bill that was not even sent to the House with a bill report explaining the reasons for changes the Senate made to the bill. While the bill lacks a report to provide a legislative history, I am pleased that the bill was amended to no longer include mandatory funding, which addresses a principal concern of mine. With respect to the legislative process, Congress can do better than this, and the soon-to-be Republican majority will provide a more robust process to consider these types of settlements, especially legislation that authorizes federal expenditures. Congress needs to have answers from the administration on whether expenditures will eliminate federal legal and economic liability and whether the proposed funding represents a net benefit to the American taxpayer. Instead, at a hearing on this bill, the committee had a weekend at Bernie's moment, having been presented with scripted testimony by a witness unable to answer any questions. It is Congress's responsibility to ensure that any Indian water rights settlement that we enact provides finality for the tribe, the state of Arizona, the water and power users, and the American taxpayers. While the process by which this bill came before us today was deeply flawed, this bill seeks to provide the finality that should be expected from such legislation. Despite my reservations over the process, or lack thereof, I join with my Republican and Democrat colleagues from Arizona to urge adoption of this bill. I look forward to continuing to work with Senator Sinema on important issues like these, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Again, I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4104? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in affirmative, gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-5066.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5066, an act to designate Mount Young in the state of Alaska and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of S-5066, the Don Young Recognition Act. Don Young was a force of nature. He was so much to so many people. For Alaskans, he was our sole congressman for 49 years, a giant fighting for the land and people he cherished. 49 years for the 49th state. For his family, he was a father, grandfather, and husband with a heart filled with love and stories. For those in this body, he was a colleague quick to say yes to co-sponsor legislation and famous for making unexpected friendships. Don was truly a man of the House of Representatives. It was appropriate that, at the start of his lying in state at the Capitol, his casket was processed up the House steps and his service was held in Statuary Hall, the old House floor. I'm glad that we are honoring him today at the conclusion of the 117th Congress, the final Congress in which he served, with this celebration of his life. This bill is a perfect tribute to him in many ways. It highlights moments in his career, from his service in the Army to his passing of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline Bill, to his work crafting the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Act, which started out on the House side and was then called the Young Buck Act. It is fitting that the bill names a volcano in Alaska after him. Don, like the volcano, would often rumble and get heated. Just like the volcanoes in Alaska, Don was very much a part of the foundation of our state. The bill also designates a Job Corps Center in Palmer, the Don Young Alaska Job Corps Center. Don always spoke fondly about his time working construction in Alaska, driving a D8 Caterpillar bulldozer, and he always looked out for people who worked with their hands. He was a champion for labor, and I think he would smile knowing that this center, which uplifts future generations of Alaskan workers, bears his name. Lastly, this bill names a federal building in Fairbanks after the congressman. This too is fitting, as Don represented the Alaskan Interior during his time in the state legislature. Don lived in the village of Fort Yukon, and Fairbanks was his hub city. Notably, the recently passed defense bill included another tribute to the congressman, the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022. Don always fought for the Coast Guard, and the bill contained provisions he secured to improve oil spill response in Alaska. He would be very happy knowing that the legislation he authored has been moving through the Congress even after his passing. I want to thank Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman, and leadership on both sides for scheduling this bill. I would also like to thank Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan for sponsoring it and securing its passage in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
The gentlelady from Alaska reserves?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Don Young Recognition Act honors the legacy of the late Dean of the House, who passed away in March of this year after serving the people of Alaska in Congress for 49 years. This bill led by Senators Murkowski and Sullivan of Alaska, would designate one of the most active volcanoes in the Aleutian Islands as Mount Young. This bill would also rename 2 federal buildings in Alaska in his honor, one in Fairbanks as the Don Young Federal Office Building and one in Palmer as the Don Young Alaska Job Corps Center. For those of us who were fortunate enough to count Don Young as a friend and colleague, there could be no more fitting tribute to the powerful Dean of the House and former chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources than to rename an active volcano in his honor. Much like a volcano, Don Young was an active and fiery public servant and advocate for the great state of Alaska. He was a brilliant legislator and a leader who delivered landmark legislation, including the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, the Trans-Alaskan Pipeline Authorization Act, and the America Needs Worthwhile Resources Act. The excellent work he did in his nearly 50 years in Congress not only benefited the people of Alaska, but our nation as a whole. It was an honor to serve with Don Young, and I was proud to consider him a mentor and a dear friend. His breadth of experience, his leadership, and his colorful stories are sorely missed. He left behind a legacy unlike any other, and it is fitting that we honor him with passage of this bill today. I support this bill and someday hope to visit Mount Young and reflect on my friend's service to Alaska and America. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I support this legislation and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5066? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S5087.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5087, an act to amend the Not Invisible Act of 2019 to extend and provide additional support for the activities of the Department of the Interior and the Department of Justice Joint Commission on Reducing Violent Crime Against Indians and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Patola, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The crisis of missing, murdered Native people and trafficked Native women has devastated families and communities and unfortunately has gone unaddressed throughout history. These losses are an open wound in our tribal communities and add to the generational trauma facing Native American families that many of us have experienced. In 2019, Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada, along with Representatives Tom Cole, Sharice Davids, Mark Wayne Mullen, and Deb Haaland, introduced the Not Invisible Act, which passed last Congress to assist in combating the longstanding missing and murdered Indigenous people, or MMIP, crisis. The Not Invisible Act established an advisory committee on violent crime to make recommendations to the Department of Interior and Department of Justice on best practices to combat the epidemic of missing persons, murder, and trafficking of Native Americans and Alaska Natives. It also created a point person within the Bureau of Indian Affairs charged with improving the coordination of violent crime prevention efforts across federal agencies. However, due to COVID-19 and a delayed transition between administrations, the Not Invisible Commission was delayed in organizing an action. S5087 will extend the duration of the commission and includes additional support for functions of the commission so they can continue to do their important work for Indian country. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on S 5087, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, S 5087 would extend by an additional 18 months the sunset of the Department of Interior and Department of Justice's Joint Commission on Reducing Violent Crime Against Indians. It would also extend by 18 months the time available for the Commission to submit its findings and recommendations to Congress, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Attorney General. This bill would clarify that the Commission may accept and use gifts or donations of services or property from Indian tribes, tribal entities, academic institutions, or other not-for-profit organizations as needed to carry out its duties. Signed into law on October 10, 2020, the Not Invisible Act of 2019 was intended to coordinate efforts to reduce violent crime within Indian lands and against Indians. The act required the Department of the Interior to designate a Bureau of Indian Affairs official to coordinate federal prevention efforts, grants, and programs related to cases of Indians that were missing, murdered, or victims of human trafficking. The act required the Department of the Interior and the Department of Justice to establish a joint commission on violent crime on Indian lands and against Indians. Within 18 months of enactment, the Commission was required to develop and make publicly available recommendations to the Secretary of the Interior, the Attorney General, and Congress on actions the federal government can take to combat violent crime against Indians and on Indian lands, including recommendations for identifying, reporting, and responding to instances of missing persons, murder, and human trafficking. The Department of the Interior has reported that the Commission was not fully established until April 2022 and has requested additional time to do its work. While I believe the findings and recommendations of the Commission are warranted, I am disappointed in the process for this legislation. S 5087 has no House companion bill, and Democrats failed to conduct regular order for this legislation before bringing it to the floor of the House. The authorization for the Commission expired in October, yet this majority failed to prioritize extension of this authorization to address this important issue. Instead, we're here just days before the end of the 117th Congress, rushing this and other issues off the floor of the House and to the President for his signature. While I support the goals of this legislation, this again is not how we should be conducting our business in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Alaska is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I support this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields the balance of his time. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5087? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does a gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-989.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 989, an act to establish a Native American Language Resource Center in furtherance of the policy set forth in the Native American Languages Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Patola, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S-989, the Native American Language Resource Center Act of 2022.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of S-989, the Native American Languages Resource Center Act of 2022.
The gentlelady is recognized.
By 1990, some 150 remaining Native American languages were dying out after decades of policies that worked to eliminate Native American languages. While Congress has previously acted to reverse those efforts, Native American languages are still at risk. To that end, I applaud Senator Brian Schatz for championing the Native American Languages Resource Center Act. Specifically, this bill will create a center that will provide support for Native American language programs in schools serving students of all ages and at all levels of learning, from pre-K to PhD. Serve as a resource to federal, tribal, state, and local governments and other organizations to spread best practices for the development of Native American language teaching and learning, and support teacher preparation programs that prepare teachers to teach Native American languages. Madam Speaker, research shows that the best ways to reverse Native American language extinction is to invest in Native American language education. The Native American Languages Resource Center Act of 2022 will accomplish that goal. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Alaska reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-989, the Native American Language Resource Center Act of 2022. This legislation will support Native American language centers towards fulfilling the mission of the Native American Languages Act, a bipartisan bill passed in 1990 with the intent of revitalizing Native American languages. This legislation has been helping Native American tribes preserve their cultural heritage for 32 years. S-989 will help advance this mission. Specifically, S-989 ensures taxpayer funds are targeted toward the intended purpose, preserving Native languages. Promoting and preserving Native American language is a challenging mission, but a worthy one. Sadly, some languages have already been lost. In 2008, Chief Marie Smith Jones passed away. She was the last speaker of the Eyak language of an Alaskan indigenous tribe. When she died, so would have the Eyak language if she had not worked to create a dictionary and recordings of the language. According to the National Geographic, one language dies every 14 days. S-989 will help prevent that from happening. Simply put, this legislation works to provide Native American language centers with the resources they need to keep our country's cultures, traditions, and heritage alive. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of S-989, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire through the Speaker if my colleague is prepared to close.
The gentlelady from Alaska reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Without objection.
S 989 will assist Native American resource centers in further aligning the resources they're provided by the Department of Education with the goals of the Native American Languages Act. By supporting the development, preservation, and promotion of Native American languages, this legislation ensures that the rich cultural heritage and traditions of Native Americans are not lost to future generations. I thank my colleagues who've spoken in support of S 989, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now more than ever, Congress needs to take action to reaffirm our commitments to Indigenous populations and make good on our promise to help preserve Native American languages. The Native American Languages Resource Center Act of 2022 is a critical step to achieving that goal. By creating a hub for resources and learning, Congress will signal their commitment to protecting Native American languages. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 989? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-1402.
Without objection, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1402, an act to amend the Native American Languages Act to ensure the survival and continuing vitality of Native American languages and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, excuse me. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S-1402, the Durban Feeling Native American Languages Act of 2021.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of S-1402, the Durban Feeling Native American Languages Act of 2021. Preserving Native American languages is essential to preserving identity, traditions, and culture of the Native American community. Regrettably, for decades, the federal government created policies that sought to suppress the use of Native American languages. In response, President George H.W. Bush signed the Native American Language Act into law, which ensures the rights and freedoms of Native Americans to use, practice, and develop Native American languages. The bill before us today, the Durban Feeling Native American Languages Act of 2021, helps ensure the federal government makes good on that promise. Specifically, the bill directs the President to review federal agencies' compliance with the Native American Language Act requirements and make recommendations to improve interagency coordination. It would also authorize a federal survey of Native American language use and language revitalization programs' unmet needs every 5 years. These surveys will serve as health checks to improve targeting of federal resources for Native American languages. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in preserving Native American languages and pass S-1402. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Alaska reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of S-1402, the Durban Feeling Native American Languages Act. Named after Durban Feeling, a linguist from the Cherokee Nation who passed away in 2020. This bill takes positive steps to preserve the legacy of Native languages and cultures. In short, this legislation directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services, HHS, to work with other federal agencies and local and tribal partners to examine which laws are helping protect tribal languages and which aren't. This legislation will bolster efforts to preserve, promote, and revitalize tribal languages and culture. This legislation also creates a voluntary survey to assess the use of Native American languages. It's important to know if these efforts are effective. This bill also promotes good governance. The President will be required to report to Congress on whether federal laws are hindering the preservation of Native American languages. This is an example of responsible legislating, which includes limiting redundancy, holding agencies accountable, and ensuring laws are working as intended. I urge my colleagues to support S 1402, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire through the Speaker if my colleague is prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Alaska reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman is
I
recognized.
yield myself the remainder of my time. The Durban Feeling Native American Languages Act is a common sense bill that will help preserve the integrity of Native languages and culture, directing the Secretary of HHS to work across the federal government and with tribal leaders to examine which laws are helping Native languages thrive is pragmatic. Directing the President to keep us informed on those efforts is also wise. Language is integral to any culture. This sensible legislation will aid in the important work of keeping Native American languages alive and strong. I support this bill and yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields back. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now more than ever, it is critical that we work together to preserve Native American languages. During the pandemic, Native Americans lost their lives at higher rates compared to other demographics in the United States. The loss of tribal members inflicted an immeasurable loss to Native Americans' traditions and languages. Today, we have an opportunity to help correct the course. I urge my colleagues to pass the Durban Feeling Native American Languages Act of 2021 and support the preservation of Native American languages. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1402? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S 5329.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5329, an act to amend the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Food Donation Act to improve the program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S 5329, a bill to amend the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Food Donation Act to improve the program and for other purposes.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentle lady is recognized.
I rise in strong support of S 5329, the Food Donation Improvement Act of 2021, championed by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts, Mr. Newhouse of Washington, Ms. Pingree of Maine, and the late Ms. Walorski of Indiana. Nearly 40% of food in the United States is wasted, and the U.S. spends over $408 billion each year disposing of food that's never even been eaten. Meanwhile, in 2021, more than 10% of households in America struggled with food insecurity. The Food Donation Improvement Act of 2021 addresses food insecurity by tackling food waste. Specifically, the bill makes improvements to the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Food Donation Act by expanding liability protections that will encourage food donation, including by protecting direct donation to needy individuals. Madam Speaker, simply put, the Food Donation Improvement Act of 2021 makes it easier to donate food that might otherwise go to waste. I urge my colleagues to join me in tackling food waste and insecurity and vote yes on S 5329. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Alaska reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of S 3281, the Food Donation Improvement Act. This bipartisan bicameral bill will help expand the donation of food to those most in need. This is the perfect bill to pass during the holiday season, a time when we are reminded that it is better to give than to receive. Specifically, this common sense legislation extends liability protections to those who donate food either directly to a person in need or to those selling food at a deeply reduced cost. In other words, it's another avenue to help disadvantaged Americans get the food they need to thrive. Helping nonprofits, farmers, schools, restaurants, and others to assist the hungry in their neighborhoods without increasing costs to taxpayers is legislating at its best. This bill ensures generous Americans can give food to those in need without facing unnecessary liability. Our country is one of the most generous in the world. It's time to unleash that generosity. S 3281 will help reduce food waste while also increasing support from Americans most in need. According to Forbes, quote, approximately 40% of food in the U.S. is wasted, and the U.S. spends $408 billion each year processing, transporting, storing, and disposing of food that's never eaten, end quote. This is an unnecessary waste, especially when so many Americans could use this food to feed their families. That's why I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to vote yes. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much for yielding. Madam Speaker, if you go out behind almost any restaurant, hotel, grocery store, catering company, or even at some farms in America, you'll find a dirty little secret that is as offensive as it is solvable: food waste. This bill, the Food Donation Improvement Act, has a simple goal: make it easier for people with extra food to donate it to people in need. It's been a long and winding road to get here today. This was supposed to be a part of the omnibus bill. We have very broad bipartisan support from Democratic and Republican leaders on both sides of the Capitol. All four corners on the committees of jurisdiction, Senators Bozeman and Stabenow, and our colleagues, our Representatives Virginia Fox and Bobby Scott, signed off on this. Due to a clerical error, the text of the bill was left out. So we are trying to pass this as a freestanding bill. All we are doing here is making sure this truly bipartisan bill moves forward and gets to the President's desk. Hunger is not inevitable. We live in a land of abundance. There's plenty of food for everyone, so much so, in fact, that close to 40% of food that is perfectly good gets wasted in America. We don't have a shortage of food. We have a mismatch between abundance and need, a mismatch we can solve by passing this common sense bipartisan bill. This bill is so bipartisan because it is very clear that ambiguous, outdated laws are preventing people who have extra food from donating it to people who need extra food. All we are doing here is expanding protections to increase the quantity and efficiency of food donation efforts. Madam Speaker, after decades of work, we are moving in the right direction on hunger. The Biden administration has released the National Strategy on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, identifying the need to reduce barriers to food recovery as part of their whole-of-government response. The Food Donation Improvement Act is an important step towards making that goal a reality. Again, I want to thank Leader Schumer, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Bozeman, Chairwoman Stabenow, Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Bobby Scott, and my good friend, Ranking Member Virginia Fox. I also want to thank Representatives Dan Newhouse, Shelley Pingree, and the late Jackie Walorski for their support of this effort. I want to also specifically recognize Alex Urey, Dick Meltzer, and Keith Stern in the Speaker's office, Carrie Hughes and Andre Lindsay of the Ed and Labor Committee, and Caitlin Hodgkins and Jen Chandler on my own team. I also want to thank all the anti-hunger and environmental advocacy organizations, industry leaders, retailers, and food companies who fought so hard to pass this bill. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this bipartisan bill that will prevent food from going to waste and get us closer to the goal of ending hunger in America once and for all. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire through the Speaker if my colleague is prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Alaska reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I am prepared to close, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague and friend Jim McGovern also for calling this bill to my attention last week. He pointed this out to me, and I want to say that Republicans support good government solutions that prevent waste while also providing for those most in need. Today's legislation is the embodiment of common sense solution. It provides the assurance many Americans need to guarantee they are protected when giving it to those in need. Our laws should be promoting charity and generosity, not curtailing it. There's no reason to let food go to waste when we can get it to those families most in need. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation will get food to the hungry, and it does so without adding to the taxpayers' tab. This is a win-win. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields. The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, food waste is unacceptable as millions of children and families face food insecurity. By encouraging retailers and organizations to donate food, the Food Donation Improvement Act of 2021 will make it easier to donate food and ultimately crack down on food waste. While we have more work to do to ensure every American has consistent access to nutritious meals, this bill offers us the opportunity to send a message to Americans that improving food security is a clear priority for every member of Congress. Thank you again to Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts, Mr. Newhouse of Washington, Ms. Pingree of Maine, and the late Ms. Walorski of Indiana for their leadership on this bill. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5329? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S5016.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5016, an act to designate the medical center of the Department of Veterans Affairs located in Anchorage, Alaska, as the Colonel Mary Louise Ramson campus of the Alaska VA healthcare system and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S5016.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of Colonel Mary Louise Rasmussen, an Army veteran, a tireless advocate for women service members, and a decades-long champion of women's and civil rights. The bill before us, S5016, would appropriately name VA's medical center in Anchorage, Alaska, the Colonel Mary Louise Rasmussen campus of the Alaska VA healthcare system. I thank Senator Murkowski for her work on this bill in the Senate and my colleague Representative Peltola for leading this effort in the House. Colonel Rasmussen was born in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1911. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in education from the Women's College in Carnegie Mellon University and later earned a master's degree in school administration from the University of Pittsburgh. Soon after, Colonel Rasmussen became one of the first 2 women ever to receive an honorary doctorate of laws degree from the Carnegie Institute of Technology, anticipating a long career ahead of breaking barriers for women. In 1942, Colonel Rasmussen enlisted in the World War II effort, joining the Women's Army Corps as a private. Thanks to her diligent service, she quickly worked her way up through the ranks, and in 1957, President Dwight Eisenhower appointed Colonel Rasmussen as the 5th director of the Women's Army Corps. In her capacity as director, she pushed for the integration of black women into the Army while working to change laws which denied women promotion opportunities and service credits. And during her tenure, for the first time, women were authorized for appointments at the highest enlisted ranks of the Army, E8 and E9. Colonel Rasmussen would be reappointed as director of the Women's Army Corps in 1961 by President Kennedy before retiring from the Army in 1962. For her valuable service as director, she earned the prestigious Legion of Metal Award with 2 oak leaf clusters in recognition of her brave contribution to female service members. In retirement, she moved to Alaska with her husband, Elmer Rasmussen, serving as First Lady of Anchorage from 1964 to 1967 during her husband's mayorship. Afterward, Colonel Rasmussen served for 45 years on the board of the Rasmussen Foundation, directing more than $200 million in grants to Alaskan nonprofit organizations, veterans memorials, and educational services. On July 30th, 2012, Colonel Mary Louise Rasmussen passed away at her home in Anchorage, Alaska at the age of 101. Thanks to her lifelong leadership, she will always be remembered for the lasting impact she left on the U.S. Army, pushing it ever closer to gender equality. Indeed, it was thanks to her impactful work as director of the Women's Army Corps that in 1978, this segregated branch of the United States Army was disbanded, integrating all female and male units into one cohesive force. And while the fight for gender equality for our service members and veterans continues, Colonel Rasmussen's leadership reminds us of the great strides our country has made towards justice, freedom, and equality for all. S5016 has letters of support from several veterans service organizations, including the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, and Disabled American Veterans. I ask unanimous consent that these letters be included in the record.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S5016, a bill to designate the medical center of the Department of Veterans Affairs located in Anchorage, Alaska, as the Colonel Mary Louise Rasmussen campus of the Alaskan VA health system. Mary Lou Rasmussen was born in, as was said earlier, April 1911 in East Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. During World War II, she answered the nation's call and enlisted in the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps as a private. She became one of the first women to serve in that role. Having quickly risen through the ranks, President Eisenhower appointed Colonel Rasmussen as the Director of Women's Army Corps. Colonel Rasmussen was instrumental in the integration of black women into the Women's Army Corps and was awarded the Legion Merit for leadership. At her direction, she also expanded opportunities for women to serve in assignments previously reserved only for men. She also advocated for new avenues for women to advance their military careers. After serving for over 20 years in the Army, she retired in July of 1962 and moved to Alaska, where she continued to serve her community as a veteran. Colonel Rasmussen engaged in several efforts to preserve the veterans' stories in museums and memorials around the country until she passed away in 2012 at the age of 101. Now her story of service will be told for generations. Colonel Rasmussen not only paved the way for successful interrogation of women into what is now our U.S. Army, she also was a role model for character and outstanding service to our nation. Naming the VA facility in Alaska in her honor is a fitting tribute. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it is fitting that at this time I would like to yield 5 minutes to my friend and strong supporter of this piece of legislation, someone who has broken barriers herself in supporting this legislation of someone who broke barriers for the U.S. military. She is from the beautiful state of Alaska, Ms. Patola, again for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of S5016, the Colonel Mary Louise Rasmussen campus of the Alaska VA Healthcare System Act. Colonel Rasmussen was an inspiration and driving force for advancing the role of women in the military and engaging in critical community service. Her presence was felt in every community she touched, and her legacy has lived on for future generations. In 1942, as the United States engaged in World War II, Mary Louise Rasmussen wanted to serve her country and joined the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps. She was part of their first graduating class and laid the groundwork for millions of women to come. As she continued her military career, Colonel Rasmussen soared through the ranks and took on multiple leadership roles in the Army. In 1957, she was appointed as the 5th director of the Women's Army Corps and was appointed again in 1961 by President Kennedy. Colonel Rasmussen retired from the Army in 1962, but her legacy and community impact expanded well beyond these years. Following her military retirement, Mary Louise Rasmussen moved to Alaska, where she was a monumental philanthropist and pivotal member of the community. She secured funding for dozens of programs to support Alaskans, most notably for the Anchorage Museum. Most importantly, Colonel Rasmussen was a strong leader for veterans, especially female veterans, assisting them in securing their benefits. This bill is a perfect tribute to Mary in many ways. It highlights her dedication to veterans in Alaska, philanthropic work, and deep commitment to improving the lives of all Alaskans. This bill would designate the Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Anchorage as the Colonel Mary Louise Rasmussen campus of the Alaska VA healthcare system, a fitting tribute to a woman who gave so much to the veterans of Alaska. I want to thank Chairman Takano, Ranking Member Bost, and leadership on both sides for scheduling this bill. I would also like to thank Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan for sponsoring it and securing its passage in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would reserve, and I have no speakers, and I'm ready to close if the Chairman is ready.
Madam Speaker, likewise, I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, as everyone has spoken about how this needs to be, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S 5016, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5016? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7939 as amended.
Does the gentleman move to suspend the rules?
I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7939
in the Senate amendment.
Oh, and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7939.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7939, an act to make permanent certain educational assistance benefits under the laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs in the case of changes of course of education by reason of emergency situations and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7939 as amended.
Without objection.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7939 as amended, the Veterans Auto and Education Improvement Act of 2022. This comprehensive package from Economic Opportunity Subcommittee Chairman Levin includes several improvements for student veterans and disabled veterans who require modified vehicles for transportation. This bill passed the House in September with bipartisan support. The Senate combined the original bill with H.R. 3304, Representative Fletcher's Cars for Vets Act, which also passed with bipartisan support. The Senate passed this amended package unanimously last night, and I'm urging this House to move speedily to pass this important legislation, which is supported by disabled American veterans, paralyzed veterans of America, Veterans Education Success, Student Veterans of America, Veterans of Foreign Wars, and VA. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed many flaws in student veteran benefits. We never could have anticipated the need to shift nearly all students to remote learning, but without action, VA would have been forced to cut housing benefits for hundreds of thousands of student veterans nationwide because the students technically were no longer attending classes in person. However, my committee and the House acted swiftly during 2020, passing several crucial acts, including my Student Veteran Coronavirus Response Act of 2020, which was swiftly signed into law. These actions meant student veterans were protected from losing their benefits, but only for a limited time. While I'm relieved that we never left student veterans without their benefits, we came close, far too close too many times. H.R. 7939 as amended does away with these artificial benefit cliffs for student veterans and makes permanent many of the student veteran protections passed as short-term measures during 2020 and 2021. That means the next time there is an emergency, be it a flood, tornado, another pandemic, or another event that forces them to take their classes online for a short period of time, VA will be ready to fully pay out benefits to student veterans who are forced to attend classes remotely. I thank Subcommittee Chairman Levin for introducing H.R. 7939 as amended to safeguard these benefits. In addition, included in this legislation is H.R. 5752, also from Chairman Levin. This provision will allow service members to get out of contracts they may be wrongly bound because of their orders. Families suffered fines, excessive bills, and damage to their credit scores due to circumstances completely outside of their control. Also from Chairman Levin, H.R. 7939, as amended, includes the text from H.R. 7369, the Venture Act, which allows more disabled veterans to use the self-employment track for the Veteran Readiness and Employment Program. Previously, this option was only available to a very small cohort of veterans. The Venture Act keeps prioritization of several disabled veterans, but also allows additional veterans to pursue this option if they wish. Significantly, H.R. 7939 as amended includes H.R. 3304, the Cars for Vets Act, which I was honored to introduce with Congresswoman Fletcher. Currently, disabled veterans are only allowed a single grant to modify a vehicle to provide them with mobility. That means there are cars that are 30 or even 40 years old on the road because the veteran has no other option. The Cars for Vets finally expands the eligibility for disabled veterans to obtain vehicles modified for their disabilities more than once. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7939, as amended, the Veterans Auto and Education Improvement Act of 2022. I'm supportive of the entire package, but I'm especially pleased that 5 Republican proposals have been included. This bill includes Congressman Joyce's language that would extend full post-9/11 GI Bill benefits to service members who have been discharged under DOD's sole survivor rules. This issue directly impacted Congressman Joyce's constituent, the Weininger family. Their son, Marine Sergeant Weininger, tragically passed away in 2020. But I'm happy to honor Sergeant Weininger for his service and provide this education benefit to his brother. I thank his family, Congressman Joyce, and the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors for bringing this important issue to our attention. This package also includes the text of Congressman Moore's bill that would improve the way schools are approved for the GI Bill. You know, recently there's been a rise in school abusing this benefit. This proposal would help prevent GI Bill fraud and protect taxpayers' investments in the benefits. This bill would make it much harder for a bad school to be approved for GI Bill benefits before they could potentially harm veterans. I want to thank the VA Office of Inspector General for their hard work to protect veterans for helping us draft this text. You know, another proposal in this bill would amend the Service Members Civil Relief Act to make it easier for military spouses to transfer employment license across state lines. This bipartisan proposal would allow spouses to transfer their state-based medical and professional licenses when they move due to their spouse's military orders. This is an important change introduced by Congressman Mike Garcia that would help reduce unemployment among military spouses. This bill includes the text of H.R. 4702, originally introduced by Congressman Cawthorn, that would help clarify which state a military spouse can file taxes in when their family is deployed to a new state. Finally, I'm happy to see that H.R. 3304, the Auto for Vets Act, is included in the bill today. This addition would help disabled veterans purchase and adapt a vehicle 10 years after the purchase of their first vehicle. This proposal is very similar to Congressman Mercer's bill, H.R. 1361, who has been working on improving the adaptivity of auto purchases process for several Congresses. You know, I want to thank the PVA and the DAV for their continued advocacy for this proposal. And now I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 7939 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close, but before I reserve, I just want to give my gratitude to the gentleman from Montana for not objecting for not calling for a roll call vote on the bill to honor Colonel Rasmussen. I think the heart of the Freedom Caucus has grown 3 times, just like the heart of another character on the eve, near the eve of Christmas. I thank the gentleman. I thank the Freedom Caucus, and I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California who has worked so hardly on this one piece of legislation, on other pieces as well, but this one in particular, Representative Garcia.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Boss for their support of 7939, which also contains the text of one of my bills I've been working on for the last year called the Military Spouse Licensing Relief Act. In the midst of one of the most challenging moments for our military in terms of recruitment and retention, what this bill does is it allows the spouse of active duty members to effectively cross-deck their professional licenses if they're a realtor, a doctor, a nurse, a teacher, a beautician, cosmetologist, whatever the profession is, across state lines when they get orders from one state to the next. Right now, the national unemployment average nationwide is roughly 3.7%, but when you look at the spouses of active duty military members, that number is a staggering 20% unemployment rate. And we have roughly 34% of our spouses of active duty members who are actually licensed professionals that would benefit from this very important piece of legislation. So this legislation would require that spouses that receive reciprocity are in good standing with their original licensing jurisdiction, and requires military spouses abide by the new state's rules and regulations regarding the standards and practices and continuing education as required by their license. And this bill, above all things, would make sure that it eases the burden of our active duty military families. This is a win for the military families, this is a win for our nation's security, but it's also a win for local communities that are in desperate need of teachers, nurses, doctors, and the professionals that they bring to the table. And by the way, it's a win for the government because we now enjoy the tax revenue from those dual income families. And hopefully this translates into better recruitment, better retention for our military. And so for this, I urge strong support of H.R. 7939 containing the text of the Military Spouse Licensing Relief Act. And I want to thank the VA committee for the support on this one. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. And the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am prepared to close.
With the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7939 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7939? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1529, and I ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 169, House Resolution 1529. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 9640 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for examination and disclosure with respect to presidential income tax returns. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill Senate 1942 to standardize the designation of national heritage areas and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 3. House Resolution 693 is hereby adopted. Section 4, House Resolution 1434 is hereby adopted. Section 5A, at any time through the legislative day of Friday, December 23, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B. The Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B. A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of December 21, 2022, December 22, 2022, or December 23, 2022, in the form as so offered on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C. Upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Section 6. On any legislative day of the second session of the 117th Congress after December 22, 2022, the journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved. Section 7. The Speaker may appoint members to perform the duties of the Chair for the duration of the period addressed by Section 6 of this resolution as though under Clause 8A of Rule 1. Section 8. Each day during the period addressed by Section 6 of this resolution shall not constitute a calendar day for the purposes of Section 7 of the War Powers Resolution 50 U.S.C. 1546. Section 9. Each day during the period addressed by Section 6 of this resolution shall not constitute a legislative day for purposes of Clause 7 of Rule 13. Section 10. Each day during the period addressed by Section 6 of this resolution shall not constitute a calendar or legislative day for purposes of Clause 7, C1 of Rule 22.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, my friend Ms. Fishbach, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1529, providing for consideration of H.R. 9640 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of S. 1942 under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources, and 1 motion to recommit. The rule deems as passed House Resolution 693 and House Resolution 1434. It also provides the majority leader or his designee the ability to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered on December 21st through December 23rd. Finally, the rule provides standard recess instructions starting December 23rd through the remainder of the 117th Congress. Madam Speaker, it's a simple idea with profound implications that no person in this country, regardless of the position you hold or the power you wield, is above the law, even perhaps especially the President of the United States. Today we are considering H.R. 9640, the Presidential Tax Filing Audit Transparency Act of 2022, to ensure that the great power of the presidency is subject to proper oversight and public scrutiny. Frankly, we're codifying into law something that I and many other Americans thought was already happening: mandatory tax audits for the most powerful person in the country, followed by public disclosure of those taxes in the interest of transparency and public scrutiny. Look, this is not about Donald Trump. In fact, the only person right now who would be audited here is Joe Biden. This is about the simple idea that with great power comes the need for oversight and transparency. The bill we are considering today, H.R. 9640, codifies this mandatory audit program to give the American people faith that the President has to follow the same rules as everyone else. We're also considering S. 1942, the National Heritage Area Act. America's 55 national heritage areas are some of the greatest cultural, historical, natural treasures of the United States. In Massachusetts, we're lucky to have two: the John H. Chafee Blackstone River Valley National Heritage Corridor, which tells the epic story of the birth of the Industrial Revolution in America, and the last Green Valley National Heritage Corridor, which preserves natural wonders and expansive forests and farmland within the Northeast Corridor. The House version of this bill has overwhelming bipartisan support, and last night I am pleased to say that the Senate cleared their version for our consideration. I'd like to thank Representative Paul Tonko from New York and David McKinley from West Virginia for their leadership on this issue and for their work to make sure that Congress doesn't lose sight of this bill before the end of the session. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the representative from Massachusetts and the chair of the Rules Committee for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, we are here to discuss the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 9640 and S. 1942, bills that we were notified of less than 2 hours ago. The process leading up to this debate has been just not acceptable. But beneath this body, it seems the leadership of this Congress is determined to disappoint us right up to the bitter end. S. 1942, the National Heritage Area Act, establishes a National Heritage Areas system, attempting to standardize the process for studying and establishing new national heritage areas. This bill could likely go by suspension and enjoy support from members on both sides of the aisle. Why we are called to meet on this bill with less than 2 hours' notice that could otherwise go by suspension is beyond me and is indicative of how this majority has run this body for the last 2 years. H.R. 9640 is a supposed discussion draft, or at least described as such by my colleagues in the majority. But it was introduced today, not last week, not a month ago, not even yesterday. It was introduced today. The bill supposedly justifies a legislative purpose required by the Democrats' year-long crusade to weaponize the IRS to punish a political opponent. It requires the release of presidential tax returns by the IRS and requires audits of returns submitted by such presidents. And that supposed discussion? Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee met and went into executive session to meet on releasing a report on the IRS's mandatory adult audit program. During the executive sessions, Republicans were told repeatedly that the chair would not permit any amendments to be offered on the report. Even though the committee was in executive session for approximately 5 hours, the chair abruptly reversed course and told the members that amendments would be available about 10 minutes prior to the final vote on making these documents public. This left members without options to draft and offer amendments with any notice. Democrats included multiple attachments to this report, one being a discussion draft of the bill we are considering today. Democrat staff told Republican committee staff that they had no exception on this legislation would be considered before the end of the year. And we learned this supposed discussion draft would be coming to the floor in a statement by Speaker Pelosi. And of course, as is this leadership's custom, this bill had no hearing and no markup. To put it generously, this process has been a disaster, but it is unfortunate how my colleagues have run this institution. I would also note that the rule today deems an unvetted and controversial resolution that reaffirms federal preemption of state laws regarding mail-order abortion pills. This has never been mentioned, but it is in this rule. Whether this federal preemption was ever affirmed is questionable, but whether that actually is this resolution speaks for the body should be debated on the floor, not snuck in through legislative smoke and mirrors. Meanwhile, constituents in my district are struggling under the crippling effects of inflation, diesel shortages, an increasingly emboldened regulatory state, and a Democrat majority that continues to focus punishment on their political opponents instead of the needs of Americans. This is a shameful use of our time, and I look forward to next year. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the rule and ask members to do the same, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
We have no request for time, so I'm prepared to close if the gentlelady is as well.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I'm prepared to close. From the beginning to end, this Democrat leadership has been in disarray. It is pathetic to see them do anything they can to discuss their favorite former president one last time before losing the majority. The bills we are debating today have gone through none of the required processes, and Republicans have been given no time to provide input. They've also added things that are highly controversial with no discussion. This is just the death throes of the Trump-obsessed, soon-to-be minority. I oppose this rule, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, as I said previously, S. 1942, the National Heritage Area Act, should have been able to pass under suspension. It passed under a UC in the Senate. It's a straightforward bill. But the bottom line is that non-controversial, bipartisan, bicameral bills that are brought under suspension oftentimes get defeated because my friends on the other side are engaged in some sort of a tantrum. We have just witnessed on the floor a series of suspensions that will get overwhelming support where members of their Freedom Caucus are demanding votes where bills will pass either unanimously or maybe two contrarians on their side will vote no. A total waste of time. So yeah, we are bringing this National Heritage Area Act to the floor under a rule because it's important and we want to get it passed. You know, and so that is why we are utilizing this process. And on H.R. 9640, the Presidential Tax Filing and Audit Transparency Act, this is about codifying something that frankly we all thought was happening already, the mandatory audit of presidential taxes. The President of the United States is the leader of the free world, the most powerful person on this planet. The people of this country deserve to know what's in his or her taxes. If you don't want people to know what's in your taxes, it's simple. Don't run for president. This isn't about party politics. It isn't about Democrats versus Republicans, and it isn't about Donald Trump. In fact, the only person who would be audited as a result of this bill would be Joe Biden. Unless, of course, my colleagues plan to use their new majority to once again try to overturn the 2020 election and reinstate Donald Trump. This is about upholding the simple idea that no person is above the law and that the American people have a right to know whether or not their leaders are telling the truth on their taxes. And so I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this rule and on the underlying bills. And I ask for a yes vote on the rule in the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is the gentlewoman from Minnesota is, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. After consultation among the Speaker and the majority and minority leaders, and with their consent, the Chair announces that when the two houses meet in joint meeting to hear an address by His Excellency Vladimir Zelensky, President of Ukraine, only the doors immediately opposite the Speaker and those immediate to her left and right will be open. No one will be allowed on the floor of the House who does not have the privilege of the floor of the House. Due to the large attendance that is anticipated, the rule regarding the privilege of the floor must be strictly enforced. Children of members will not be permitted on the floor. The cooperation of all members is requested. The practice of reserving seats prior to the joint meeting by placard will not be allowed. Members may reserve their seats by physical presence only following the security sweep of the chamber. Pursuant to the order of the House of today, the House stands in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Are we welcoming the Senate? Who do you just welcome?
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, into the chamber. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, the gentleman from Massachusetts, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries, the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley. The gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, the gentleman from Texas, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, the gentleman from Atlanta, Mr. Rogers, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz. You say that now.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from Michigan, Ms. Stabenow. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez. The Senator from Maryland, Mr. Cardin. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The Senator from Missouri, Mr. Blunt. The Senator from Mississippi, Mr. Wicker. The Senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. And the Senator from Ohio, Mr. Portman.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors. Now this should
Madam Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. President's Cabinet.
Want to say something?
Madam Speaker, the President of Ukraine.
Members of Congress, I have to introduce members of Congress. I have the high privilege and the distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of the Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Dad, thank you. It's too much for me. All this for our great people. Thank you so much. Dear Americans, in all states, cities, and communities, all those who value freedom and justice, who cherish it as strongly as we Ukrainians in all our cities, in each and every family. I hope my words of respect and gratitude resonate in each American heart. Madam Vice President, I thank you for your efforts in helping Ukraine. Madam Speaker, you bravely visited Ukraine during the full-fledged war. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you. Great privilege to be here. Dear members of the Congress, representatives of both parties, who also visited Kyiv, esteemed congressmen and senators from both parties who will visit Ukraine, I'm sure, in the future. Dear representatives of diaspora, present in this chamber and spread across the country, dear journalists. It's a great honor for me to be at the U.S. Congress and speak to you and all Americans. Against all odds and doom and gloom scenarios, Ukraine didn't fall. Ukraine is alive and kicking. Thank you. And it gives me good reason to share with you our first joint victory. We defeated Russia in the battle for minds of the world. We have no fear, nor should anyone in the world have it. Ukraine's gained this victory, and it gives us courage, which inspires the entire world. Americans gained this victory, and that's why you have succeeded in uniting the global community to protect freedom and international law. Europeans gained this victory, and that's why Europe is now stronger and more independent than ever. The Russian tyranny has lost control over us. And it will never influence our minds again. Yet, we have to do whatever it takes to ensure that countries of the Global South also gain such victory. I know one more, I think, very important thing. The Russians will stand a chance to be free only when they defeat the Kremlin in their minds. Yet, the battle continues, and we have to defeat the Kremlin on the battlefield. Yes, this battle is not only for the territory, for this or another part of Europe. The battle is not only for life, freedom, and security of Ukrainians or any other nation which Russia attempts to conquer. This struggle will define in what world our children and grandchildren will live, and then their children and grandchildren. It will define whether it will be a democracy of Ukrainians and for Americans for all. This battle cannot be frozen or postponed. It cannot be ignored, hoping that the ocean or something else will provide a protection. From the United States to China, from Europe to Latin America, and from Africa to Australia, the world is too interconnected and interdependent to allow someone to stay aside and at the same time to feel safe when such a battle continues. Our two nations are allies in this battle. And next year will be a turning point. I know it, the point when Ukrainian courage and American resolve must guarantee the future of our common freedom, the freedom of people who stand for their values. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, yesterday before coming here to Washington, D.C., I was at the front line in our Bakhmut, in our stronghold in the east of Ukraine, in the Donbass. The Russian military and mercenaries have been attacking Bakhmut non-stop since May. They have been attacking it day and night, but Bakhmut stands. Last year, 70,000 people lived there in Bakhmut, in this city, and now only few civilians stay. Every inch of that land is soaked in blood. Roaring guns sound every hour. Trenches in the Donbas change hands several times a day in fierce combat and even hand fighting. But the Ukrainian Donbas stands. Russians use everything they have against Bakhmut and our beautiful cities. The occupiers have a significant advantage in artillery. They have an advantage in ammunition. They have much more missiles and planes than we ever had. And it's true, but our defense forces stand. And we all are proud of them. The Russians' tactic is primitive. They burn down and destroy everything they see. They send thugs to the front lines. They send convicts to the war. They threw everything against us, similar to the other tyranny, which is in the Battle of the Bulge. Threw everything it had against the free world, just like the brave American soldiers which held their lines and fought back Hitler's forces during the Christmas of 1944. Brave Ukrainian soldiers are doing the same to Putin's forces this Christmas. Ukraine holds its lines and will never surrender. So here is the front line. The tyranny which has no lack of cruelty against the lives of free people. And your support is crucial, not just to stand in such fight, but to get to the turning point to win on the battlefield. We have artillery. Yes. Thank you. We have it. Is it enough? Honestly, not really. To ensure Bakhmut is not just a stronghold that holds back the Russian army, but for the Russian army to completely pull out, more cannons and shells are needed. If so, just like the Battle of Saratoga, the fight for Bakhmut will change the trajectory of our war for independence and for freedom. If your patriots stop the Russian terror against our cities, it will let Ukrainian patriots work to the full to defend our freedom. When Russia cannot reach our cities, but its artillery, it tries to destroy them with missile attacks. More than that, Russia found an ally in this genocidal policy, Iran. Iranian deadly drones sent to Russia in hundreds became a threat to our critical infrastructure. That is how one terrorist has found the other. It is just a matter of time when they will strike against your other allies If we do not stop them now, we must do it. I believe there should be no taboos between us in our alliance. Ukraine never asked the American soldiers to fight on our land instead of us. I assure you that Ukrainian soldiers can perfectly operate American tanks and planes themselves. Financial assistance is also critically important, and I would like to thank you very much. Thank you for both financial packages you have already provided us with and the ones you may be willing to decide on. Your money is not charity. It's an investment in the global security and democracy that we handle in the most responsible way. Russia could stop its aggression, really, if it wanted to, but you can speed up our victory. I know it. And it will prove to any potential aggressor that no one can succeed in breaking national borders, no one committing atrocities and reigning over people against their will. It would be naive to wait for steps towards peace from Russia, which enjoys being a terrorist state. Russians are still poisoned by the Kremlin. The restoration of international legal order is our joint task. We need peace. Yes, Ukraine has already offered proposals, which I just discussed with President Biden, our peace formula, 10 points which should and must be implemented for our joint security, guaranteed for decades ahead. And the summit which can be held, I'm glad to stress that President Biden supported our peace initiative today. Each of you, ladies and gentlemen, can assist in the implementation to ensure that America's leadership remains solid, bicameral, and bipartisan. Thank you. You can strengthen sanctions to make Russia feel how ruinous its aggression truly is. It is in your power, really, to help us bring to justice everyone who started this unprovoked and criminal war. Let's do it. Let terrorists Let the terrorist state be held responsible for its terror and aggression and compensate all losses done by this war. Let the world see that the United States are here. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, in 2 days, we will celebrate Christmas. Maybe candlelit. Not because it's more romantic, no, but because there will be no electricity. Millions won't have neither heating nor running water. All of these will be the result of Russian missile and drone attacks on our energy infrastructure. But we do not complain. We do not judge and compare whose life is easier. Your well-being is the product of your national security, the result of your struggle for independence and your many victories. We, Ukrainians, will also go through our war of independence and freedom with dignity and success. We'll celebrate Christmas. Celebrate Christmas, and even if there is no electricity, the light of our faith in ourselves will not be put out. If Russian missiles attack us, we'll do our best to protect ourselves. If they attack us with Iranian drones and our people will have to go to bomb shelters on Christmas Eve, Ukrainians will still sit down at the holiday table and cheer up each other. And we don't have to know everyone's wish, as we know that all of us, millions of Ukrainians, wish the same: victory. Only victory. We already built strong Ukraine with strong people, strong army, strong institutions together with you. We developed strong security guarantees for our country and for entire Europe and the world together with you. And also together with you, we'll put in place everyone who will defy freedom. Put in. This will be the basis to protect democracy in Europe and the world over. Now, on the special Christmas time, I want to thank you, all of you. I thank every American family which cherishes the warmth of its home and wishes the same warmth to other people. I thank President Biden and both parties at the Senate and the House for your invaluable assistance. I thank your cities and your citizens who supported Ukraine this year, who hosted our Ukrainians, our people, who waved our national flags, who acted to help us. Thank you all, from everyone who is now at the front line, from everyone who is evading victory. Standing here today, I recall the words of the President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which are, I think, so good for this moment. The American people, in their righteous might, will win through to absolute victory. The Ukrainian people will win too, absolutely. I know that everything depends on us, on Ukrainian armed forces, yet so much depends on the world. So much in the world depends on you. When I was in Bakhmut yesterday, our heroes gave me the flag, the battle flag, the flag of those who defend Ukraine, Europe, and the world at the cost of their lives. They asked me to bring this flag to you, to the US Congress, to members of the House of Representatives and senators whose decisions can save millions of people. So let these decisions be taken. Let this flag stay with you, ladies and gentlemen. This flag is a symbol of our victory. In this war, we stand, we fight, and we will win because we are united, Ukraine, America, and the entire free world. Just one thing, if I can, the last thing, thank you so much. May God protect our brave troops and citizens. May God forever bless the United States of America. Merry Christmas and happy, victorious New Year. Slava Ukraini! Thank you so much. Great to me. I can hold.
Okay. Turn around.
Yes.
There we go. This flag was flown over the Capitol today in honor of the President's visit.
Thank you so much. I will take it. I can go. All the best.
Is he out of the room? Okay. The purpose of the joint Okay, now. The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chair declares the joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the proceedings had during the recess be printed in the record.
Without objection. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Adoption of House Resolution 1529 and motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following: Senate Bill 2333, Senate Bill 5168, Senate Bill 4926, Senate Bill 2834, Senate Amendment to House Rule 1917, Senate Bill 3168, Senate Bill 3308, Senate Bill 3373, 3773, and Senate Bill 4104. Senate Bill 5087, Senate Bill 989, Senate Bill 1402, Senate Amendment to House Rule 7939. The electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 1529, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 169, House Resolution 1529, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 9640 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for examination and disclosure with respect to presidential income tax returns, providing for consideration of the bill Senate 1942 to standardize the designation of national heritage areas and for other purposes.
The question is the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Lowenthal, Dr. Barra, Mr. Cooper, Ms. Porter, Mr. Kine, Mr. Cartwright, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Pingree, and Mr. Gallego, and inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on H.Res. 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman designated Mr. Hartler of Missouri, and Mr. Burris of Texas, and Mr. McCall of Texas, Mr. Gozar of Arizona, Ms. Flores of Texas, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House they will all vote no on 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on H.Res. 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko from New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote no on H.Res. 1529.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Escobar, Gonzalez, Cuellar, Lawrence, Scott, and Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1529. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House Mr. Bentz of Oregon 2nd, Ms. McLean of Michigan 10, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin 6th, Mr. Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, will vote no on H.R. 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, they both vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina, Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, and Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Budd will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1529.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Still of California, I inform the House that Ms. Still will vote no on House Resolution 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on HRES 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that they will both be voting nay on this rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Ms. Bush, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barrett of Indiana, and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Barrett and Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly and Ms. Stevens will vote yes on HRES 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on H.R. 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Zoe Lofgren of California, Representative Castro of Texas, Representative Ruiz of California, Representative Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn, Ms. Castor, Ms. Frankel, I'll be right back, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonamici, Mr. Clyburn, Ms. Frankel, and Ms. Castor, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Owens, Curtis, and Stewart from Utah, Mr. Gonzalez from Texas, Ms. Catherine Points Rogers from Washington, and Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney of Iowa, Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, Ms. Bustos of Illinois, Ms. Custer of New Hampshire, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island, Mr. Han of Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, and Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne Jr., I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliatakis will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, Mr. Crow of Colorado, Ms. DeGette of Colorado, Ms. Omar of Minnesota, Mr. Khanna of California, Mr. Ryan of Ohio, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Torres of New York, and Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that Chantel Brown will vote yes on House Resolution 1529.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gahalva, Mr. Schneider, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Ms. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that those 10 members will vote yes on H-Res 1529.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I will inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote no on H-Res 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei from Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H-Res 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Glenn Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on the roll.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Carol Miller from West Virginia, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote no on the rule.
Who we got? For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Ms. Green of Georgia, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, member designated by Mr. Cardenas. I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on H-Res 1529.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller of Illinois, Mr. Luchtermeyer of Missouri, and Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan of California, Terry Sewell of Alabama, Congresswoman Grace Meng of New York, Congressman Mark Vesey of Texas, Congressman Tom Suozzi of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the members designated by Miss Mace, Jackson, Van Drew, Van Dyne, Babin, Johnson, Carter, and Letlow, these members will be voting no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H-Res 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote no on the roll. Mr. Speaker, as the representative of Yvette Harrell from New Mexico, I inform the House that Ms. Harrell will vote no on the roll.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas and Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher and Ms. Houlihan will vote yea on H-Res 1529.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California. I inform the House that all these members will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
What purpose? Pardon me. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Obernolte of California, I inform the House that Mr. Obernolte will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bobby Rush of Illinois, Mr. Jimmy Gomez of California, Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney of New York, Mr. Mike Thompson of California, Mr. Scott Peters of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Res 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, Mr. Stubbe of Florida, Mr. Posey of Florida, I inform the House that those three members will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote nay on HRES 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote nay on the rule.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote no on HRES 1529.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on House Resolution 1529.
Both the yeas are 216, the nays are 193. The resolution is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2333, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2333, an act to amend Chapter 2205 of Title 36 United States Code to ensure equal treatment of athletes and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania
Mr.
seek
Speaker,
recognition?
as a member designated by Al Lawson of Florida, Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania, they both vote yes.
What purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? What purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina and Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Budd and Mr. LaHood will vote yea on S2333. And Mr. Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S2333. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSaulnier, Dr. Barra, Mr. Lowenthal, Ms. Porter, Mr. Gallego, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Kine, Ms. Pingree, and Mr. Cartwright. I inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Hey, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko of New York will vote aye on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Custer, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin, Mr. Hand, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yes on Bill 2333. And as the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that he will be voting no on S2333.
Thank you. Can someone... What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes
on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Escobar, Gonzalez, Cuellar, Lawrence, Scott, and Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2333. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, that's not her. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Obalnolte of California, I inform the House Mr. Obalnolte will vote yea on S2333.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan and Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Luke DeMeyer of Missouri, Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that they will vote yes on Senate Resolution 2333.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas and Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher and Ms. Houlihan will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote no on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Schneider, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Mr. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo, Mississippi, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that those members all will vote yea on S2333. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, inform the House that those members will vote nay on S2333. Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on S2333.
what purpose does the gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Glenn Thompson of Pennsylvania and Yvette Harrell of New Mexico, both of these members will vote yay on S-233. Mr. Speaker, as a member representing Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote nay on S-2333. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that the member will vote yea on S-233.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliatakis will vote yea on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Omar, Khanna, Ryan, Larson, Torres, and Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the S-2333. It says on the.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Representatives Raul Ruiz and Zoe Lofgren of California, and Mr. Doggett and Mr. Castro of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-2333.
Attention. What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, with my head on straight, as the member designated by Ms. Castor, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Bonamici, and Mr. Clyburn, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd District, Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th District, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th District, Ms. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote yes on Senate 2333.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the S-2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote yes on 2333.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S-2333.
What purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney of New York,
Mr. Jimmy Gomez of California, Mr. Mike Thompson of California, Mr. Bobby Rush of Illinois. I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S2333.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, and Ms. Van Dyne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on S2333. As a member designated by Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Senate 2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S2333.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a gentleman designated by Mr. Michael Burgess of Texas, Ms. Meyer Forrest of Texas, Ms. Vicky Hartzell of Missouri, Mr. Michael McCall of Texas, Ms. Tom Ryan of South Carolina, inform the House they will vote yes. As a member designated by Paul Gozer and Jeff Duncan, I inform the House they will vote no.
What purpose, gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers will vote nay on S2333. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, Mr. Stewart, Curtis, and Owens of Utah, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S2333.
For what purpose, gentleman from Alabama, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Ms. Green of Georgia, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that these members will vote no.
vote. The yeas are 350, the nays are 59, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 5168, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 5168, an act to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to include aliens passing in transit through the United States to board a vessel on which the alien will perform ship-to-ship liquid cargo transfer operations within a class of non-immigrant aliens and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated, Al Lawson of Florida and Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania both vote yes.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House Ms. Steele will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2333.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Mace, Ms. Letlow, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Bobby Rush of Illinois, Mike Thompson of California, Jimmy Gomez of California, Sean Patrick Maloney of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crow, Mr. Gett, Ms. Omar, Mr. Khanna, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Larson, Mr. Torres, and Ms. Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S5168.
Gentlelady from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Gonzalez Square, Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Scott, and Mr. Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition? California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from New Hampshire, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Custer, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Trahan, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Miller, good Lord, I have informed the House that Ms. Miller will vote yes on 5168.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida and Mr. Posey of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yes and Mr. Posey will vote no on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Obernolte of California, I inform the House Obernolte will vote yes, 5168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas and Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Luke DeMeyer of Missouri and Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that they will vote yes on S5168.
Gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Schneider, Ms. Letcher Fernandez, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Mr. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that those 10 members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, Mr. Budd of North Carolina, and Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood and Mr. Budd will vote yea, and Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S5168. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that both of them are going to vote yes on S5168.
What purpose is gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote nay on S5168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Castor, Ms. Frankel, Mr. Clyburn, and Ms. Bonamici, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on S5168. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Kentucky, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. LaMalfa of California, and inform the House these members all will vote yea on S5168. Thank you.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that Chantel Brown will be voting yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Nebraska, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yes on 5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Lowenthal, Mr. Bear, Mr. Cooper, Ms. Porter, Mr. Kine, Mr. DeSagne, Ms. Pingree, and Mr. Gallego, I inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S3168. 51.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, and Mr. Glenn Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that each will vote yea on S5168. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Royville Allard, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House Mr. Bentz of Oregon, 2nd District, Ms. McLean of Michigan, Ms. Grothman of Wisconsin, and Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin will vote aye.
What purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on S5168.
Will approach gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on S5168.
Will approach gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Raul Reese and Zoe Lofgren of California and Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko, New York, I inform that the House that Mr. Katko will vote aye on S5168.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote no on S5168.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S5168.
What purpose gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 5168.
What purpose gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, Mr. Brooks of Alabama, and Ms. Green of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote no.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House they will both be voting yes.
What purpose gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliatakis will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose does the... Belay my last. What purpose gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on S5168.
What purpose gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose gentleman from North Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa will vote yes on S5168.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, this is Mr. Mike Burgess of Texas, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Paul Groves of Arizona, Ms. Myra Flores of Texas, Ms. Hartland of Missouri, Mr. McCall of Texas, Mr. Rice of South Carolina. Inform the House they will all vote yes.
What purpose gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Owens, Curtis, Stewart from Utah, Gonzalez from Ohio and Texas, and McMorris Rogers from Washington, I inform that they will vote yea on 5168.
The yeas are 394, the nays are 19. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4926, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
4926, an act to amend Chapter 33 of Title 28, United States Code, to require appropriate use of multidisciplinary teams for investigations of child sexual exploitation or abuse, the production of child sexual abuse material, or child trafficking conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record the votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlelady from California, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Still of California, I inform the House that Ms. Still will vote aye on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S4926.
What purpose, gentlelady from Minnesota, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S4926.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Gonzalez, Coyad, Scott, and Smith, and Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that they all will vote yes on S4926. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Miller from West Virginia, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote yea on 4926.
What purpose, gentlelady from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney of New York, Mr. Bobby Rush of Illinois, Mr. Mike Thompson of California, Mr. Jimmy Gomez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on S4926.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Omar, Khanna, Ryan, Larson, Torres, and Carolyn Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar, Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that they will both be voting yes on 4926.
New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velazquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that they will vote yes on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As designated by two members, Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania and Al Lawson of Florida, both vote yes.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S4926.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan and Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as gentleman designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Myra Flores of Texas, Ms. Hartler of Missouri, Mr. McCall of Texas, and Mr. Rice, South Carolina, I inform the House they will vote yes. As member designated by Mr. Paul Goes of Arizona, he will vote no.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel, Castor, Bonamici, and Mr. Clyburn, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S4926.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote no on S4926.
What purpose gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Custer, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Trahan, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on S 4926.
Purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Peter Welch, Spani Watson Coleman, Dina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pascrell, Albio Series, Ann Kirkpatrick, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4926.
Gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S 4926.
What purpose gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, Mr. Gooden of Texas, and Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that all members will vote yea on S 4926. Thank you.
What purpose gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Pocan votes aye on S 4926.
C seek recognition.
Mr. Budd of North Carolina, Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, and Mr. LaHood of Illinois. I inform the House that Mr. LaHood, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Budd will vote yea on S 4926. Thank you.
For what purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that Chantel Brown will vote yea on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Luke DeMeyer of Missouri, Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House they will both vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider, Mr. Grijalva, Ms. Letcher Fernandez, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Mr. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ice of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ice will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Ms. Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Ms. Porter, Kind, DeSagne, Ms. Pingree, and Gallego, I inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on S 4926.
Purpose gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, Ms. Green of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote no.
What purpose gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bush and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew and Mr. Jackson, I inform the House that these members will vote no on S 4926. As a member designated by Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on 4926.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Zoe Lofgren and Raul Ruiz of California and Representatives Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas,
I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Nebraska, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo, Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California. Inform the House all these members will vote yea on S 4926. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Bentz of Oregon 2nd, Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin 6th, Mr. Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District will vote aye on Senate 4726.
For what purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that he will vote aye on 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Obernolte of California, I inform the House that Obernolte will vote yea 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated for Mr. Jimenez of Florida, Mr. Posey of Florida, those two will vote yes on 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Malliotakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Malliotakis will vote yea on 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from North Dakota, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on S 4926.
What purpose, gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as members designated from with Rogers out of Washington, Gonzalez out of Texas, Gonzalez out of Ohio, and Curtis Stewart and Owens out of Utah, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 4926.
Idaho seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson in the state of Idaho, I inform the House. Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 4926.
The yeas are 385, the nays are 28. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 2834, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2834, an act to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to preserve access to rehabilitation innovation centers under the Medicare program.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Omar, Khanna, Ryan, Larson, Torres, and Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose, gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Still of California, I inform the House Ms. Still will vote yea on S 2834.
Gentlelady from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by
Mr. Jimmy Gomez of California, Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney of New York, Mike Thompson of California, Bobby Rush of Illinois. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 2834.
Will the gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S 2834.
Will the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace May, Congressman Mark Vesey, Congressman Tom Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce, Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Ms. Porter, Mr. Kine, Mr. DeSagne, Pingree, and Gallego, I inform the House these 9 members will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Ice of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ice will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Escobar, Gonzalez, Square, Lawrence, Scott, and Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S 2834, and Mr. LaHood and Mr. Budd will vote yea on S 2834. Thank you.
Will the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Schneider, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Mr. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman. I inform the House and the distinguished Speaker from the state of California that those 10 members will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, Ms. Mace, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2843.
Will the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar and Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that they will both be voting yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Custer, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Trahan, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S 2834.
Will the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Obernolte of California, I inform the House Obernolte will vote yea on 2834.
What purpose gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania and Ms. Fletcher of Texas, these members will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Idaho seek
Thank you,
recognition?
Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 2834.
What purpose gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson, Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member representing Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania and Yvette Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that they will both vote yea on S 2834. Thank you.
What purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Doyle from Pennsylvania and Mr. Lawson of Florida, they both vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amade, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yea on S 2834.
What purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Frankel, and Ms. Castor, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote no on S 2834.
What purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated for Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that Chantel Brown will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Zoe Lofgren and Raul Ruiz of California and Representatives Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd, Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th, and Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote aye on Senate 2834.
What purpose gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bush and Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, Ms. Wagner, Missouri, Ms. Sam Graves of Missouri, Hal Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Lamoff of California, inform all these members will vote yea on S 2934. Thank you.
What purpose gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Pocan votes aye on Senate Resolution 2834.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on Senate 2834.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Luke DeMeyer and Mr. McHenry, I inform the House that both gentlemen will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers from Washington, Mr. Gonzalez from Texas and Ohio, and Mr. Stewart, Curtis, and Owens from Utah, I inform the House they will vote yea on 2834.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Miller of West Virginia, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote yea on 2834.
What purpose gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Katko, I inform the House that Mr. Katko from New York will vote aye on S 2834.
What purpose, gentleman of Maryland, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland from the House. Mr. Brown will vote yea on 2834.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on S 2834.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yes on S 2834.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote nay on S 2834. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from Alabama, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that these members will vote no, and Ms. Green of Georgia will vote yes.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on S 2834.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Golds of Arizona, Meyer Flores of Miss Texas, Ms. Hartler of Missouri, Mr. McCall of Texas, Mr. Wright of South Carolina, inform the House they will all vote yes on 2834.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Jimenez of Florida and Mr. Posey of Florida, I inform the House that both these gentlemen will vote yea on 2834.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliotakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliotakis will vote yea on S 2834.
The yeas are 393, the nays are 19. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1917, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1917, an act to modify eligibility requirements for certain hazard mitigation assistance programs and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, member this by Mr. Burgess of Texas, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, and Mr. Flores of Texas, Mr. Hartler of Missouri, and Mr. McCall of Texas, Mr. Rive of South Carolina. Inform the House they will all vote yes. As a member designated, Mr. Golds of Arizona. Inform the House they will vote no.
Purpose, gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on concurring in the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentle lady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Still of California, I inform the House Ms. Still will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentle lady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson of California, Sean Patrick Maloney of New York, Bobby Rush of Illinois, and Jimmy Gomez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentle lady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentle lady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Nydia Velazquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Main, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on H.R. 1917, and Mr. LaHood and Mr. Budd will vote yea on H.R. 1917. Thank
What
you.
purpose, gentle lady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Omar, Khanna, Ryan, Larson, Torres, and Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Obernolte of California, I inform the House that Mr. Obernolte will vote yea on 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mike Dory of Pennsylvania and Al Lawson of Florida, they vote yes on H.R. 1917.
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurrent on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller, West Virginia, Ms. Miller will vote yea on 1917.
What purpose, gentle lady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Houlihan and Fletcher, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rice of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on concurring with the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan and Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly and Ms. Stevens will both vote yes on concurring in the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Porter, Kind, DeSaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentlelady from Kansas, seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas and Zoe Lofgren and Raul Ruiz of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on concurring to the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar and Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House they will both be voting yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from New Hampshire, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Custer, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Trahan, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania and Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on H.R. 1917. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote nay on H.R. 1917. Thank you.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Escobar, Gonzalez, Cuellar, Lawrence, Scott, and Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the concurring on the Senate amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that all these members will vote yea on H.R. 1917. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gahalva, Mr. Schneider, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Mr. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote no on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the designated proxy for, as designated by Chantel Brown, I inform the House that that Chantel will vote yes on concurring the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Luchtermeyer, Mr. McHenry, I inform the House that they will vote yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea
on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd, Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th, Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote aye on Senate Amendment to H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko from New York, I inform the House that he will vote aye on this bill, H.R. 1917, as amended.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, Posey of Florida, I inform the House that both of those individuals will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliotakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliotakis will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Nebraska, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from Alabama, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Green, she will vote yes. Mr. Crawford from Arkansas will vote no, and Mr. Brooks will vote no.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Castor, and Ms. Bonavici, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Senate, concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Members designated by Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Curtis, Owens, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from North Dakota, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 1917.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1917.
Took me a couple. Will the purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Lofgren and Ruiz of California and Representatives Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote on concurring on the Senate amendment. I think I already said.
We got him. On this vote, the yeas are 393, the nays are 19, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, to suspend the rules and pass S3168, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3168, an act to amend the White Mountain Apache Tribe Water Rights Quantification Act of 2010 to modify the enforceability date for certain provisions and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose, gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House Ms. Steele will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose, gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jimmy Gomez of California, Bobby Rush of Illinois, Sean Patrick Maloney of New York, Mike Thompson of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Budd, Mr. LaHood, and Mr. Ferguson will all vote yea on S3168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Omar, Kana, Ryan, Larson, Torres, and Carolyn Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote aye on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Porter-Kine, Cartwright, no, not Cartwright, DeSaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego. Informing the House that these 9 members, excluding Mr. Cartwright, will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, and Marie Newman. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, this is by Mr. Bursch of Texas, Mr. Duncan, South Carolina, and Mr. Flores of Texas, Ms. Harsnell of Missouri, Mr. McCall of Texas, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House they will vote yes. Designated by Mr. Gold of Arizona, I inform the House he will vote no.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Representative Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, inform the House Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Raul Ruiz and Zoe Lofgren of California and Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Joaquin Castro of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S3168.
Will purpose gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
The member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that both of them are going to vote yes on S3168.
Will purpose gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on S3168.
Will purpose gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S3168.
Will purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson and Mr. Van Drew, inform the House that these members will vote no on S3168. As the members designated by Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Senate 3168.
Will purpose gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Custer, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Trahan, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168.
Will purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Ice of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ice will vote yes on S3168.
Will purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S3168.
Will purpose gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon second, Ms. McLean of Michigan second, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin 6th, and Ms. Tiffany of Wisconsin 7th. Vote aye on Senate 3168.
What purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that the Chantel votes yes on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maliatakis will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from
Mr.
Pennsylvania
Speaker,
seek recognition?
Designate Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania. They both vote yes.
What purpose gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lamburn of Colorado, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, Ms. Wagner, Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Lamalfa of California. I inform the House all these members will vote yea on S3168. Thank you.
What purpose gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I inform the House that Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin votes aye on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Obernolte of California, I inform the House that Obernolte will vote yea on 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I inform the House that Ms. Wilson of Florida and Ms. Jayapal of Washington State will vote yes on S3168.
Gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Schneider, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Mr. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Brown, Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yes on 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 3168.
What purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Castor, and Ms. Bonamici, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S3168.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S3168.
What purpose gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Escobar Gonzalez Cuellar Lawrence Cotton Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3168. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Waltz and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that both will be voting yes on S 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez and Mr. Posey of Florida, I inform the House that both of these gentlemen will vote yes on S 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Michigan seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that he will vote aye on S 3168.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote no on S 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Ms. Green of Georgia, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that these members will vote no.
What purpose gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Miller from West Virginia, Ms. Miller votes yea on 3168.
What purpose gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on S 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Curtis Owens from states all across the country, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, Mr. Gooden of Texas, and Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3168. Thank you.
What purpose gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 3168.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry, Mr. Luchtenmeyer, inform the House they will vote yes on S 3168.
Stenny going to say something? Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Paul Groves of Arizona, I inform the House he will be changing his vote to aye on this bill.
Vote. The yeas are 378. The nays are 33. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I want to announce to the members that this will be the last vote, this vote coming up. And we intend to keep the government open, so we will stay here as long as it's necessary to do so. We will convene at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I do not expect any votes before 11 a.m. There will be some rule bills that we'll be considering, additional suspension bills, and then we will go back to this process that we are afflicted with. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, to suspend the rules and pass S 3308, of which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3308, an act to authorize the Colorado River Indian tribes to enter into lease or exchange agreements and storage agreements relating to water of Colorado River allocated to the Colorado River Indian tribes and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, and Marie Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
For what purpose, gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Still of California, I inform the House Ms. Still will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson of California, Sean Patrick Maloney of New York, Bobby Rush of Illinois, and Jimmy Gomez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson, Mr. LaHood, and Mr. Budd will vote yea on S 3308. Thank you.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Escobar Gonzalez, Correa, Lawrence, Scott, and Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 3308.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko from New York, I inform the House that he will vote aye on S 3308.
For what purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller in West Virginia, I'd like to inform the House that she will vote yea on 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland, inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentlelady from Minnesota, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from New Hampshire, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that he'll vote no on S 3308. And as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Custer, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Trahan, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Alabama, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, Ms. Green of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote no.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar and Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that they will both be voting yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote aye on S 3308.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that Ms. Chantel Brown will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mike Dory of PA and Al Lawson of Florida, they both vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Gooden from Texas, Thompson from Pennsylvania, and Harrell from New Mexico, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on S 3308. Thank you.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Houlihan and Fletcher, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Luetkemeyer, Mr. McHenry, I inform the House they will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Castor, Bonamici, and Frankel, and Mr. Clyburn, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentlelady from Kansas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jimenez and Mr. Posey of Florida, inform the House that both of them will be voting yes on Senate 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
I'm informing the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Ms. Stevens of Michigan inform the House that they will both vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Joaquin Castro of Texas, and Representatives Zoe Lofgren and Raul Ruiz of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Gomes of Arizona, Myra Flores of Texas, Ms. Hartler of Missouri, Mr. McCall of Texas, Mr. Rice of Carolina, inform the House they will all vote yeah, buddy.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Omar Khanna, Ryan, Larson Torres, and Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote yes on Senate 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Snyder, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, Ms. Stansbury, Mr. Keating, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Williams, Mr. Mervan, Ms. Presley, and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from North Dakota, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
I inform the House of Mr. Turner of Ohio will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
House that Mr. Obernolte of California vote yea on 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the strong conservatives, Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Owens, and Curtis, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on Senate 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Latimer of Georgia, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo, Mississippi, Ms. Timmons, South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California. I inform the House that these members all will vote yea on S 3308. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Ms. Porter, Mr. Kind, DeSagne, Ms. Pingree, and Mr. Gallego. Inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar, Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Nebraska, seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon would vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Bentz of Oregon 2, Ms. McLean of Michigan 10, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin 6, and Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin 7th District will vote yes on Senate 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote aye on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Maliatakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maliatakis will vote yea on S 3308.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 3308.
vote. The yeas are 397, the nays are 12, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 1529, House Resolutions 693 and 1434 are considered as adopted. Pursuant to Section 1 of the House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.